who are participating in or following the ILO's Global Virtual Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work, a world of work which has been plunged into unprecedented crisis. Following the regional events which took place last week and the reports back from those events which were received in the regional day yesterday, it is now my pleasure to welcome you all to today's Global Leaders Day. In the coming hours, we will be listening to prepared messages from heads of state, heads of government, leaders of workers and of employers' organizations, and of our sister international organizations. And I've no doubt that these messages will provide us with invaluable guidance and encouragement in our efforts to overcome the pandemic and to address effectively and urgently its impact on the world of work. And they will provide important inputs to the tripartite discussion, which will take place tomorrow on our final constituents day of this summit and for the future work of our organization. And to launch our Leaders Day, we are particularly honored to begin with the intervention of the United Nations Secretary-General, António Guterres. The Secretary-General has given strong leadership for a global integrated response to the COVID-19 pandemic, a response that addresses its health, humanitarian, and of course its economic and social dimensions. And I believe it is therefore crucial that we begin our session by receiving his message.
Let me begin by thanking ILO Director-General Ryder for this initiative and all of you for taking part in this virtual global summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. The world of work is the world of people, of dignity, of opportunity, of hope. The COVID-19 pandemic has shattered that world. Every worker, every business, and every corner of the globe has been hit. This crisis is exposing fragilities, many of which the ILO has long been sounding the alarm. Rising inequalities, systemic gender discrimination, inadequate social protection, lack of opportunities for young people, stagnant wages, runaway climate change. The list goes on. Some countries are just entering the worst days of the health emergency. Others are struggling to open up their economies and facing the threat of a dangerous reversal of progress. But let's be clear, it's not a choice between health or jobs and the economy. They are interlinked. We will either win on all fronts or fail on all fronts. This global summit is an opportunity for governments, workers and employers, representatives to shape winning responses. Responses that stimulate the economy and employment. Solutions that support enterprises, decent jobs and incomes. Approaches that safeguard workers and expand social protection. Plans that promote gender equality and reinforce social cohesion. Proposals that protect the most vulnerable and invest in essential workers, such as those in health and care services who are on the front lines of the response. And above all, initiatives that are grounded in unity and solidarity. No country can solve this crisis alone. We are in this together. Strong, effective, multilateral solutions matter more than ever. From the beginning, the United Nations has called for massive global support for the most vulnerable people and countries. A rescue package amounting to at least 10% of the global economy. Developed countries have stepped up support for their own countries, but we are promoting mechanisms of solidarity to ensure that the developing world will also fully benefit. You already have a strong foundation for action and solutions, the ILO Centenary Declaration, as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goal 8 on decent work and economic growth. So I welcome your discussions. You are an essential part of the effort to build back better. Together we can emerge from this crisis stronger, with decent jobs and a brighter, more equal and greener future for all. Thank you.
We thank the Secretary-General for that important message. He has reminded us that we are not faced by a choice between health and jobs. It is well understood that overcoming the economic and social crisis depends on overcoming the pandemic. Our sister organization, the World Health Organization, has been the global leader of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic in its health dimension. And so we will now hear from Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director-General of the World Health Organization.
Director-General Guy Ryder, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. More than 136 million people are employed in the human health and social sector. All of them have the right to decent working conditions and protection of their health and safety. This is even more important in a public health crisis. Health systems, jobs, livelihoods, and the economy are intertwined. COVID-19 infections and deaths among healthcare workers continue to occur. I want to pay special tribute to the heroes who have lost their lives while doing their job of caring for patients. We call on countries to put in place decent occupational health programs and infection prevention and control in all health facilities, big and small, public and private, in cities and in villages. Together with the International Labour Organization, WHO has issued guidelines for protecting health workers' safety, as well as manuals for workplace improvement in health services and occupational safety and health in public health emergencies. WHO calls on governments, employers, and workers' organizations in the health sector to develop strong and sustainable national programs for occupational safety of health workers. More than 50 countries have already implemented such programs and demonstrated the benefits in public health emergencies. Together, we have a duty to protect those who protect us. I thank you, and I wish you a productive discussion.
I thank Dr. Tedros, Director-General of the World Health Organization, for his intervention. Et nous sommes heureux.
We are now pleased to hear Her Excellency Ms. Simonetta Sommaruga, the President of the Swiss Confederation and representative of the host country, and we would like to express our gratitude for their ceaseless support. Thank you.
Monsieur le Directeur-Général,
Director-General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are those who have exhausted themselves at work and those who no longer have work. The pandemic has catastrophic effects, and it causes immense suffering and reveals in the true light of day the work of many workers and enterprises. Women are particularly affected, those who are overrepresented in the care sector and those who have less access to social protection and who have had to take on more family tasks because of the closure of schools and nurseries. Young people have difficulties finding and keeping work, and companies are facing major difficulties. Switzerland has not been spared, but we have followed two principles which have helped us a great deal in managing this crisis. The first is that it is essential to invest in a social protection network which leaves no one behind. Our unemployment insurance not only has the traditional unemployment, but also has temporary unemployment, which helps companies to ask for indemnities for their employees to keep their jobs and avoid companies going bankrupt. This partial unemployment has been extended to temporary workers, and we have also paid compensation for loss of income to independent self-employed, which is a novelty in Switzerland. We have looked at particularly affected sectors such as tourism and culture. The second principle is to invest in social dialogue. That is essential. The government of Switzerland is in permanent dialogue with social partners and has intensified its discussions during the coronavirus crisis in order to ensure that health and safety at work and health protection plans are implemented in various sectors of the economy. And now, how do we overcome this global crisis of the world of work? One of the answers is in the Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work, which was adopted last year at the 100th anniversary of the International Labour Organization. This declaration commits us to ensure that there is protection for all workers, that we promote sustainable economic growth, full employment and decent work for all, to allow each and everyone to benefit from the changes to the world of work. So Switzerland supports the creation of the new platform task, Thinking Ahead on Societal Change in Geneva, which is involving international organization, the private sector, civil society, science, and the future, so that we can anticipate the impact of the changes in society. Your Excellencies, only through international cooperation can we overcome the consequences of the pandemic, and respecting international law shows our solidarity towards one another. Together, we must do everything to ensure that this crisis comes out with a new society which is more just, fairer, and sustainable. The Agenda 2030 sustainable goals, development goals, must help guide us. The ILO, I would like to thank the ILO and its Director-General for holding this global summit. Thank you.
Nous remercions Madame la
We'd like to thank the President for her participation.
To announce the intervention of His Excellency Mr. Moon Jae-in, the President of the Republic of Korea.
존경하는 가이드 사무총장님, 각국 정상과 노사 대표 여러분, 새롭고 더 나은 일자리를 만들기 위한 ILO 글로벌 회담에 함께하게 되어 매우 뜻깊습니다. 먼저 코로나로 희생된 지구촌의 형제들과 유가족, 병마와 사고 계신 분들, 일자리를 잃고 고통받는 분들께 위로의 마음을 전합니다. 아울러 인류의 건강을 지키기 위해 헌신하는 의료진과 방역요원들께 경의를 표하며 일자리를 지키기 위해 애쓰는 각국 노사정과 ILO 등 국제기구 관계자들께 감사드립니다. 코로나 지진이 전 세계를 강타했고 지진 후에 쓰나미처럼 일자리 충격도 벌써 우리 앞에 와 있습니다. 모든 나라들이 방역과 함께 일자리를 지키기 위해 애쓰고 있지만 코로나 상황이 여전히 좋지 않아 언제 어떻게 일자리가 안정될지 가늠하기가 어렵습니다. 한 나라의 경제가 유지된다고 해도 세계 경제 침체가 계속되고 국제무역이 활성화되지 않는다면 일자리 위기는 계속될 것입니다. 코로나가 가져온 경제 위기는 어느 한 경제 주체, 어느 한 나라의 힘만으로는 해결할 수 없습니다. ILO는 전 세계적으로 2,500만 명의 실업자 증가를 예상했고 취약계층이 겪는 고통은 더 가혹할 것이 분명합니다. 어느 때보다 사회적 대화와 국제공조가 절실하며 ILO 같은 국제기구의 역할이 중요합니다. ILO는 그동안 노동기본권과 양질의 일자리를 위해 큰 역할을 해주었습니다. 노동은 상품이 아니라고 한 1944년 필라델피아 선언에서부터 지난해 미래 일자리 보고서까지 항상 새로운 길을 개척해 왔습니다. 오늘 ILO 글로벌 회담도 매우 시의적절합니다. 글로벌 논의와 협력을 통해 일자리 위기의 해법을 함께 찾아내길 기대합니다. 사무총장님, 각국 정상과 노사 대표 여러분, 한국은 코로나 피해를 먼저 입은 나라 중 하나였고 일자리 충격도 일찍 시작되었지만 위기에 맞서 상생의 길을 선택했습니다. 한국의 노동자, 기업인, 정부는 코로나 극복을 위한 노사정 선언문에 합의했습니다. 인원 조정 대신 노동시간 단축과 휴직 등을 최대한 활용해 고용 유지에 함께 노력하기로 했습니다. 코로나 이전부터 한국은 지역 상생형 일자리 모델을 추진하고 있습니다. 지역 노사정이 상생 협력하여 질 좋은 일자리를 만드는 방식으로 전국 여러 도시에서 확산되고 있습니다. 한국의 전통적인 상호부조의 정신을 노사 간에 서로 양보하고 고통을 분담하는 문화로 키워왔고 코로나 위기 극복의 힘이 되어주고 있습니다. 일자리뿐 아니라 노사관계에도 변화를 가져오고 있습니다. 한국은 또한 격차를 좁히는 위기 극복에 집중하고 있습니다. 경제 위기 때마다 불평등이 심화되었던 경험을 되풀이하지 않기 위해 한국은 고용 안전망을 더욱 튼튼히 구축하고자 합니다. 최근 고용보험 대상을 확대하고 한국형 실업부조를 도입하는 등 고용 안전망 확충에 첫 단추를 끼웠습니다. 전 국민 고용 안전망 구축도 계획하고 있습니다. 격차를 좁히는 위기 극복은 우리 모두의 공통된 의지라고 믿습니다. 포스트 코로나 시대 디지털 경제가 가속화되면서 일자리에 큰 변화가 예상됩니다. 이에 대응하기 위해 한국은 고용 안전망을 바탕으로 한국판 뉴딜을 추진하고 있습니다. 디지털과 그린이라는 새로운 가치와 시대 변화에 맞춰 미래 일자리를 준비하고 만들어갈 것입니다. 한국은 오래전부터 노동이 사회의 근본이라는 인식을 가지고 노동이 존중받는 사회를 향해 꾸준히 전진해 왔습니다. 노동시간의 단축과 최저임금 인상을 위해 지속적으로 노력하고 있습니다. 한국은 상생의 길을 통해 일자리를 지키고 새롭게 만들어낼 것입니다. ILO 혁신협약 비준을 비롯해 노동자의 삶의 질을 높이기 위한 노력에 국제사회와 함께할 것입니다. 존경하는 사무총장님, 각국 정상과 노사 대표 여러분, 인도양 모리셔스에서는 도도새가 멸종하자 도도새의 먹이가 되어 씨앗을 발화시켰던 나무들이 자라지 못했습니다. 무엇보다 상생이 먼저입니다. 이웃이 살아야 나도 살 수 있습니다. 인류는 협력하도록 진화해왔고 분업을 통해 서로에게 필요한 것을 나누었습니다. 코로나로 인해 연대와 협력의 중요성을 더욱 절실하게 느낍니다. 국제사회가 각자 도생이 아닌 상생의 길로 가야 위기를 극복할 수 있습니다. 국제사회는 격차와 불평등을 좁히는 위기 극복을 위해 협력해야 합니다. 그 중심에 ILO가 있고 한국도 함께 협력하며 행동할 것입니다. 감사합니다.
I thank President Moon for his message and move on now to the next speaker, who will be His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, who we will now listen to.
Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to share my thoughts at the ILO Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work, building a better future of work. I wish to appreciate the efforts that all countries have taken for smooth sailings of their world's tour of work at this sensitive period when we all are fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 posed us with perhaps the greatest human crisis in the modern period. As a result, the world of work is undergoing a massive reorganization in the post-COVID-19 period in developed as well as developing countries alike. Sri Lanka is a developing economy with a sensitive to external determinants. We paid particular attention to safeguard our workforce from the shock wave that was created by the impact that this pandemic had on the global economy. We have an active labor force of 8.6 million, out of which the private sector employs nearly 3.5 million. The social security measures that we introduced during the COVID outbreak covered all sectors of this workforce. The most notable one was the payment of a fixed monthly allowance of rupees 5,000 to the most affected self-employed categories in our workforce during April and May. These included all employees on a daily wage as well as many other vulnerable categories such as preschool teachers and self-employed persons. Sri Lanka has a considerable workforce that is employed outside the country. Even during the period where restrictions for air travel were imposed, we have repatriated nearly 15,000 Sri Lankans from destinations abroad so far. Although this made a considerable change to our overall employment profile, our aim was to secure the lives of our workforce. This fraction of the labor force will now have the choice to join the local labor force without returning to their original countries of employment. This in turn will shape the new normal of our world of work. Skills sector of Sri Lanka required a rethinking and re-engineering in order to accommodate the new normal of the post-COVID period. Reskilling and upskilling of employees will be addressed in our action plan to empower those who lost employment during this crisis. Sri Lanka has pledged to eliminate hazardous child labor by 2022. Abiding by this commitment, our Department of Labor continued to conduct investigations on complaints received regarding hazardous child labor even during the lockdown period of COVID-19 outbreak. Providing an umbrella cover to activities related to the labor force is the tripartite task force chaired by our Minister of Labor. This task force acts as a point of convergence where employment security, wage reconsideration, and all related issues are discussed between representatives of employers, employees, and the labor officials. Excellencies, I believe that the COVID-19 situation globally has not reached an equilibrium where countries can start having long-term plans. However, it has given ample opportunities for creating a new normal in the short term and considering it in the medium term. Sri Lanka views this as a stepping stone towards reshaping her world of work to suit the new normal in the post-COVID-19 period. I sincerely hope and wish that this opportunity will serve as a means for all countries to realign their worlds of work accordingly and emerge safer and stronger after this global calamity. Thank you.
I thank President Rajapaksa for his important message. And now we turn, because the ILO is a tripartite organization, to representatives of employers and of workers. And we will start with the employers by listening to the intervention of Ms. Sangeeta Reddy, President of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry.
Warm greetings to all of you and namaste. It is my great pleasure to participate in the summit on COVID-19, the world of work, and building a better future of work. At the outset, let me congratulate ILO for organizing the global summit, and pleasure to be with you, and my sincere gratitude to IOE and ILO for providing me the opportunity to be amongst you on this day. The outbreak of COVID-19 has had an unprecedented crisis across the world, a health crisis and a subsequent economic crisis. India imposed one of the most stringent lockdowns, and this was a nationwide lockdown for almost 3 months. These containment measures have indeed helped us control the virus, but have adversely impacted economic activity, global trade, and the employment scenario all over the country. And currently now, factories are barely functioning at 50% capacity. I think it behooves us to first appreciate the fact that while all of us are in the same storm, we're not all in the same boat. The impact for those in the informal sector, the job loss, the fact that they have no safety margin or no safety net, these are things which have acutely come to our notice. And I think it's time for us to swing into action to support and ensure that there is no loss of life due to starvation. And I think the Indian government has done a tremendous job in terms of support, in terms of food. But I also believe it's time for us to analyze the structure of what we have and significantly look at what we can do about the challenge in job loss. 124 million jobs lost in India, of which most of them, 90% of them, are in the informal sector. About 27 million people in the age group of 20 to 30 lost jobs in April. This is not a statistics, it's not a number for us to look at, but really to analyze the impact on these individuals' families. How are they going to put their next meal on the table? What will the impact be for small children in the home? How do they manage the healthcare expenses of the elderly in the house? And considering this aspect, it's important for us to look at a certain number of pillars. The first pillar is really the best positive healthcare response that we can possibly give. After the healthcare response, I think it's crucial for us to look at the economic response. How do we bring back jobs? How do we reopen factories? How do we reduce the fear in people's mind and teach them to be safe and cautious? Wear a mask, sanitize your hands, maintain social distancing. So to be cautious, but yet not to be anxious to the point of completely staying away from work or staying away from their normal lives. Moving on to what I believe is the central topic or the theme is really the future of work. I first of all propose a human-centered future of work. In the Indian culture, there is a concept of a mandala, which is a period or a time cycle of 41 days. And they say that if you do anything for 41 days, it goes from beyond being a single action, but almost gets ingrained in your capability, or it becomes a habit. Many of us have been working from home for more than 41 days. So I think this is something which has now become very much a part of our capability, a part of our DNA. Organizations have adjusted, IT systems have stepped up, and people have learned how to manage in this environment, to the point that WFH, working from home, is now people are saying we don't work from home. It is LAW, which is living at work. COVID has really been an inflection point for the adoption of digital technology. I think one of the big things I'm looking at for my women colleagues is that it really frees up many job opportunities which they hitherto gave up because they needed to be in the home or supervise the home, or needed a certain degree of flexibility which a 9-to-5 job did not afford them. I think in the same breath, it's important for us to debate, to resolve, and to find solutions for how can we further formalize the informal work economy. What can we do towards a universal social protection coverage, because it is the lack of this coverage which has made so many people vulnerable during the pandemic. I would also like us to very quickly address the entire aspect of child labor, because during this pandemic, schools have been shut and therefore many children have been put to work. I hope that very quickly we are able to reopen our schools, not just because training is important and children need to evolve, but in India there's an additional factor that the schools are a significant source of nutrition for that child's life, because the midday meal scheme is a significant lifeline upholding the nutrition of children in our country. I also believe that we should look at multilateral cooperation for the revival of global economic trade. I would like to reiterate that the pace of business and economic recovery will be determined by how quickly we absorb the workforce which has been laid off during the pandemic crisis, and also create fresh job opportunities for people who will be joining in future. Business or economic revival will truly depend on demand stimulation, on international trade, on productivity, on exports, on ease of doing business, on alternatives to what we are exporting, on various aspects of competitiveness where the workforce are a very crucial part. And keeping all these aspects in mind, I think that we should look, for the sake of the world, for the sake of our future, for the sake of the environment, that we work together, we work collaboratively, we work in a humane manner, and we create a human-centric approach to recovery, to revival, to the workplace. All the very best to each one of you. Stay safe. I hope that very soon the world comes out of this, the throes of a pandemic. I hope that very soon we discover a vaccine and that we can look forward to the normal returning as quickly as possible. With warmest greetings from India, with my very best wishes from FICCI, the organization which I represent, which has over 350,000 members as its representatives. I thank the ILO for organizing this conference virtually so that there is no break in the tremendous momentum that you have created across the world in taking care of the labor force. Namaste and thank you.
Let me thank Ms. Reddy for her message on behalf of the employers of India, and turn now to the workers. And we will be hearing now from Mr. Rikio Kozu, who is president of the Japanese Trade Union Confederation, JTUC Rengo.
連合会長の構図です。日本
I am Rikio Kozu, president of the Japanese Trade Union Confederation. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to deliver a message on behalf of the workers in Japan and the Asia-Pacific region. I would also like to express heartfelt respect to the Director-General, Mr. Guy Ryder, and the ILO office for their tireless efforts and the information they disseminate. First of all, facing this unprecedented crisis, I would like to send heartfelt greetings to all of our worker colleagues, governments and employers around the world struggling every day. Let's get through this together. I would also like to call for renewed unity of governments, workers and employers all around the world. Now, in the face of the threat of COVID-19 and the harsh reality confronting us, I cannot but put forward an honest question. Had the world forgotten the lessons learned from the global financial crisis of a decade ago? We have come now to this day without having fulfilled commitments we had entered into to create a sustainable and inclusive economy and society. We must not repeat the same mistakes. This time, fundamental policy change and social structural reform are necessary. Rengo is strongly supporting initiatives to protect the lives, work and livelihoods of all workers and ordinary citizens. These goals can be achieved only when they are pursued through tripartite social dialogue, which has been established widely around the world by the ILO. Rengo has been operating a telephone counselling hotline throughout Japan. Through the heartbreaking voices we have heard, we have become painfully aware of how weak the current safety nets are and how seriously vulnerable people have been affected. Therefore, I feel strongly that the importance of the functioning of collective labour management relations is vital and can exist precisely because trade unions exist in workplaces. In this context, I must be concerned about a trend in some countries to undermine the fundamental rights of trade unions and workers. Human rights and trade union rights are universal rights that must be protected and respected in all countries. The world must be united in speaking out against any movement that violates these rights. Last year, on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of Rengo, we formulated a new vision, a secure society based on work, protect, connect, create. Our efforts to realize the society set out in the vision are precisely in line with the pursuit of the human-centered approach which the ILO advocates. The road to overcoming the crisis and creating a post-COVID-19 society will not be an easy one. We should stay hopeful while struggling with the harsh reality. I would like to emphasize that it is our resolve and our actions that can change our future to a brighter one. Rengo is committed to further strengthening the framework of social dialogue to address these various challenges, and we will continue to make the greatest possible efforts to realize an inclusive and human-centered sustainable society and a secure society based on work. Let's move forward together towards that goal.
I want to thank Kozu-san for his statement on behalf of the workers of Japan, and we will return now to statements from government leaders, listening next to His Excellency Mr. Josiah Voreke Bainimarama, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji.
Buluminaka from Fiji. After another worse than anticipated quarter for the world economy, COVID-19 is clearly the job killer of the century. If we stand any hope of stemming losses in employment at millions rather than billions, we must act fast to rally to the aid of those most vulnerable. The challenges faced by small island developing states like Fiji are all too often masked by the ILO's broad regional groupings, like Africa, the Americas, and the Asia Pacific. In fact, Fijians generally share more careers in common with those in the island economies of the Pacific, Caribbean, and the Indian Ocean than with the larger Pacific Rim economies. Across each of these regions, SIDS are shouldering this pandemic's most severe economic fallout. It's no big wonder why citizens in SIDS economies rely a great deal on the health of travel-related industries. The scale of our labor markets means global shocks hold far more destructive impact, and we don't have the deep pockets of wealthier nations to bail out whole industries or pump stimulus levels of liquidity into our markets. Fiji is a COVID-contained country with no cases outside of our quarantine facilities in over 80 days. But even with our outbreak in Fiji ended and the global epicenter of the pandemic moving westward, the burden the Fijian people carry on their backs has not shifted an inch or lost a gram. The floors of many factories are still quiet. With borders shut around the world, Fijian tourism has come to a halt. Many jobs have still not returned. Some may never. In total, 115,000 Fijians, 1/3 of our workforce, have had their jobs lost or hours cut. I've met many of these employees. I've listened to the stories behind that staggering statistic. You can't suddenly work from home when you earn your paycheck as a scuba instructor, or in a garment factory dependent on regional supply chains, or as a handicraft maker who usually sells to tourists. And many young people never imagined starting their careers in the midst of a pandemic. Now many of their employable talents sit idle. These are the faces behind the dismal figures for employment. The high human costs of this pandemic, which mount by the day. In many ways, COVID-19 is deepening the very same inequalities exposed by climate change, a painful parallel that is accelerating catastrophe across SIDS economies. Neither climate change nor COVID-19 can be treated with over-the-counter cure-alls. Both require prescriptive solutions, including urgent actions to adapt societies along with larger, longer-term shifts in the world economy. When it comes to livelihoods, we must protect those facing the greatest risks and position our economies towards a new normal, a better normal for the world of work that is bluer, greener, more cooperative, and more resilient, both to climate change and to COVID-19. And as with our commitment to climate action, Fiji is committed to leading by doing. After decisively containing the virus, we launched a COVID-safe economic recovery, reopening much of our domestic economy. Our workplaces are operating in line with tailor-made COVID-safe operation plans, and we've launched a mobile application dubbed Care Fiji that speeds up contact tracing efforts, if ever necessary. We're opening blue lanes to allow private marine vessels to safely enter Fijian waters, a blue bubble to reopen travel with Australia and New Zealand, and Pacific pathways to reconnect with our smaller Pacific island neighbors. We are funding Fijians with valuable skill sets to switch from job-taking to job-making, providing concessional micro-enterprise loans to someone who, for example, formerly made their living in a hotel bakery to set up a pastry shop of their own. And government has created a new category of unemployment benefits to aid employees whose incomes have evaporated or hours have been slashed due to the pandemic. But Fiji and other small island economies can't weather this storm alone. When it comes to growing our economy, protecting livelihoods and reducing poverty, along with our urgent priorities of climate adaptation and oceans preservation, we've long struggled to reconcile our realities with the ILO's broadly focused frameworks. When it comes to COVID, SIDS need resources, not regulations better suited to larger labor markets. Let's find opportunity in this crisis by recognizing how the ILO can better support employers and employees who rely on the stalwarts of small island economies, like tourism, and target support accordingly. Let's get people back to work, and let's also look out for the planet by using our COVID comeback to spur just transitions towards sustainable pathways to prosperity. And let's help employers and employees take these challenges on together. We haven't seen the end of the extraordinary sacrifices exacted to endure the crisis. Until these headwinds abate, governments, employers, and employees take sober stock of reality and put everyone's well-being at the heart of a compassionate response and, ultimately, an inclusive recovery. Thank you.
We are grateful for the statement of Prime Minister Bainimarama. And now we move on, and I have the pleasure of introducing the intervention of Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Mr. Guy Ryder, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. I am happy to join this event on ILO's Global Leaders Day during the global COVID-19 pandemic that has affected our nations, especially our workers, the most. I will share our experiences and measures on how we are dealing with the crisis. Bangladesh deeply appreciates ILO's all endeavors. This global calamity has now threatened the very base of globalization and connectivity that all of us have carefully built over the years. This is no longer just a health problem but becomes a full-fledged global economic and social crisis. Like many other crises, the LDCs and developing countries are facing the main burden, although the crisis did not start with them. During this pandemic, our domestic and external supply chains were severely disrupted. We lost export orders of billions of dollars. Many of our industries were closed and millions of workers lost their jobs. Our small industries lost most of its resources and markets, and above all, our agriculture suffered huge loss due to supply chain disruption. On the back of it, we are hosting 1.1 million forcibly evicted Rohingyas from Myanmar. When the crisis of COVID-19 began to unfold, we immediately announced a $12.1 billion stimulus package for various sectors of our economy, as well as support to different segments of our society. This support package is equivalent to 3.7% of our GDP. To support our workers in export industries, we have given $1 billion for paying wages of the workers. My government hiked wages of the government's workers by almost 500%, and also workers of other sectors by, on an average, 360% since we assumed office in 2009. We provided cash and other incentives directly to more than 50 million people who lost their daily income during this pandemic. I must here mention the huge loss of jobs of our migrant workers and the resulting shortfall in remittance. It's a great concern for us as remittance is a key component to achieve the SDGs. Currently, repatriation of these jobless migrant workers has proved to be a huge challenge. The World Bank predicted that we will lose more than 20% of our earnings from remittance. Under these circumstances, we may remember the centenary declaration of ILO, where all of us recognized to transform our world through technological innovation, demographic shifts, climate change, and globalization. The virus does not discriminate, but its adverse impacts severely discriminates against the vulnerable, especially the migrants and women workers. In this regard, my suggestions are: number 1, job of migrant workers at the overseas markets must be retained during this crisis. Number 2, in case of layoff, compensation and other dismissal benefits must be paid in full, along with ensuring their safety and health benefits. And number 3, after the pandemic, these workers would have to be recruited for reactivating the economy. In conclusion, I must say that a vigorous, well-coordinated, and worldwide response with the participation of all countries, international organizations, civil society organizations, and private sector is needed now. UN and international organizations will be at the center of all recovery measures to be supported by G7, G20, OECD, and international financial institutions. With everything happening all around us, the promises of decent jobs for all seems hard to realize individually. But I am convinced that together we can do it. I wish ILO all success for this event. Thank you very much.
We thank Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina for her intervention, and we will now hear from His Excellency Mr. Tuilaepa Lupe Selele Malielagawi, who is the Prime Minister of the Independent State of Samoa.
Mr. Chairman, Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address this ILO Virtual Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work on behalf of the government of Samoa and the constituents of the Samoa National Tripartite Forum. These are unprecedented times that we live in as we witness the global devastation caused by the coronavirus. It has claimed thousands of lives and impacted the livelihoods of people across the globe. The detrimental impact on the world economy is unprecedented and felt by all. Even though Samoa remains COVID-19 free, we continue to be vigilant and enforce protection measures to ensure that the virus does not reach us. Implementing these measures are not easy, but are important for the protection of our nation and its people. Given our limited resources and capabilities to respond to any community spread of the virus. As the world awaits a vaccine for COVID-19, over 100 million people are in a state of extreme poverty. 200 million have been left without work, and companies and industries worldwide that drove economic growth have been forced to shut down. Further worsening of the global economic outlook is expected. According to the International Monetary Fund, the projected contraction in 2020 will exceed 6%. For Samoa alone, it is anticipated that the economy will see a negative growth rate of 3.3% in the current 2019-20 fiscal year. The focus of the Global Summit is therefore important, and these Dedicated discussions will be key to our efforts as government and tripartite constituents, building back better in the post-pandemic recovery. Importantly, we must draw on the centenary for the future of work to inform our initiatives. Excellencies, while Samoa and most of the Pacific have been spared from the virus so far, we are already feeling the impacts on our small economies. The COVID-19 situation also came as Samoa was still responding and recovering from another health crisis, the 2019 measles epidemic that took 83 lives and affected over 5,000 people. The pandemic has exacerbated our unique and particular vulnerabilities as we also continue to face the threats of natural disasters as well. It not only validates our need for global sustainability, but it also highlights our interconnectedness, hence the need for global solidarity in order to respond effectively. The government of Samoa took early measures to ensure adequate support, in particular towards households and workers with family responsibilities to lessen the economic impact of the crisis. On 7th of April, government launched phase 1 of its stimulus package, totaling Samoan tala 66.3 million, focusing on health, private sector, food security, in the agriculture sectors, securing the purchasing power of our people, and a multi-sectoral response program. On 26th of May, the second phase was announced, totaling Samoan dollars 32 million, with more targeted support of social protection measures to the vulnerable groups. This included, for the first time ever, provision of unemployment subsidies for those who have lost jobs or have reduced hours because of the COVID-19. The projection for Samoa's economy in the new fiscal year show a negative growth of 2% due to the uncertain economic conditions in the global and regional markets. There is uncertainty also as to when our borders will fully reopen, as the adverse impacts on our tourism industry and trade are already felt. We are reliant on our sector-wide approach and finding innovative solutions to address the socio-economic impacts of COVID-19. As we start to repatriate most of our stranded citizens, we maintain caution and continue to rely on our neighbors and partners to support our ongoing efforts. Innovative responses to global challenges are now coming from emerging development partners and smaller players who have better managed the pandemic and who in turn may become strategic partners for other developing countries. In the spirit of global solidarity, the ILO could offer an opportunity for its member states to exchange experiences in preserving access to decent work during crisis. Excellencies, such strategic responses include the United Nations and our development partners, ensuring continued implementation of pipeline projects under grant assistance for the next 5 years, to secure employment opportunities for our youth, as well as to raise direct injections into the economy. In some cases, reprioritization is necessary to give priority to those who need the assistance the most. In this regard, my government supports the United Nations in the pursuit of a comprehensive social economic impact assessment and an effective response to bring countries back on track for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The ILO Pacific Office, through the National Coordinator, is currently supporting the Samoa National Tripartite Forum constituents to complete its rapid assessment survey on the impact of COVID-19 on employment and enterprises, the data that is most needed at this stage. The objective of this joint assessment and monitoring is to contribute to national level evidence-based COVID-19 recovery policies and programs prioritized by the tripartite to advocate for targeted stimulus packages, effective and equitable donor investment, addressing specific employers and workers' individual value propositions, and informing ILO's continuous and effective support to its tripartite partners in Samoa. Director General, we look forward to the ILO reviewing directives and occupational safety, health standards for the work environment in light of the lessons learned during the pandemic. Moving forward, the workplace requirements and the business model of public and private enterprises must consider profound changes to ensure people are not exposed to contamination on the way to work or at work due to inadequate environments. Employment, as we know it, may not be a solution for a sustainable future. Decent work will need to factor in such new requirements for the workplace and work-related rights and entitlements. We do need a strengthened social contract to commit to managing health-related risks during life cycles. The government of Samoa stands ready to participate in a constructive discussion as to what those changes should be to minimize the risk of pandemics and save lives. I wish to thank the Director General for inviting Samoa to become a member of the International Advisory Board of the Climate Action for Jobs initiative. We look forward to constructive partnership within this platform to achieve significant action on climate change. I thank you.
I want to thank the Prime Minister for his intervention. And now we will listen to the message of His Excellency General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
ท่านผู้บริการใหญ่
Director-General of the International Labour Organization, heads of ILO member states, employers' representatives, Thailand is very pleased to join you today in the Global Summit on COVID-19 in the World of Work, Building a Better Future of Work. I'm pleased to be with you today via this video conference. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to the International Labour Organization for hosting this summit, which gives us an opportunity to address the impact on our economy and society, and particularly the impact on the world of work of COVID-19. As a consequence, the governments, employers, workers need to adapt the way we work in order to embrace all the changes and adopt a new lifestyle in what we will come to call the new normal. The Royal Thai government introduced immediate national response measures and put them to effective implementation without delay in order to sustain employment and mitigate the economic and social impacts to a minimum. Priority is given to employment promotion with decent income for all. New forms of work will not stop the Royal Thai government's efforts to protect workers. All workers in Thailand are protected according to the principles of decent work and equality, regardless of their nationality. These include expansion of labour protection and promotion of industrial relations systems for job retention, expansion of social protection coverage, employment promotion and skills development, both the upskilling and reskilling. And we're doing this in order to promote re-entry into the labour market after the COVID-19 pandemic. For Thai workers overseas, the government has assisted them by following up on their behalf to ensure their compensation entitlements and social protection benefits are met, as well as arranging safe patriation back home. As for migrant workers in Thailand, the government has employed leniency by relaxing legal measures on extending the validity of visas and work permits. This allows those with legal status to continue working in the country. Relevant information in various languages has been disseminated so that workers can have a better understanding on how to protect themselves from COVID-19. In this regard, insured migrant workers are receiving the same social security remedies as are Thai workers. Thailand is determined to restore its economy and society to the better after the COVID-19 pandemic. We want to do this along the lines of sufficiency economy philosophy that emphasizes the balance between economic, social, and environmental development. This philosophy promotes people-centered development and enables sustainable development, which is to leave no one behind. This includes strengthening competency of people, of communities and enterprises in order to promote sustainable and socially responsible business through the promotion of employment and creation of decent work, together with effective social dialogue to create immunity for all sectors in dealing with the challenges and changes of the future world of work. Thailand stands ready to cooperate with the international community in both bilateral and multilateral partnerships in restoring and strengthening the world economy, as well as creating a better and more sustainable society. On this occasion, I'm pleased to invite the International Labour Organization and its member countries to observe the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work, through adhering to the fundamental principle and rights at work and in strengthening a comprehensive and sustainable social protection system. We must help each other to overcome the crisis. Because today we must survive, tomorrow we must be stronger and move forward, and in moving forward we must make sure that no one is left behind. And we do this by aiming at creation of decent work for all. Thank you.
The Prime Minister for his statement. And the next message will be that of His Excellency Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Nepal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Director-General of ILO, Mr. Guy Ryder, employers and workers' representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Let me commend the Director-General of ILO for taking this timely initiative. The world is now seized by an invisible enemy, the pandemic of COVID-19. Over 500,000 people have lost their lives. It is uncertain how it will unfold further. Invention of vaccine and making it judiciously accessible to all remains unclear. In such a situation, protecting the lives of people becomes extremely important. Loss of human life cannot be replenished. The pandemic has thrown millions of workers and enterprises vulnerable. Overall economy has suffered with global decline in investment, trade, and disruption in travel industry. As a consequence, people are losing jobs. Economists project a bleak scenario for global growth in 2020. When labor-intensive job market declines, millions will fall into poverty. The impact becomes unevenly high in the LDCs and low-income countries. Declining remittances and potential reduction in ODA and shrinking of other resources will further compound economic stagnation. Crisis of this proportion calls for robust global response with United Nations and its specialized agencies like ILO at the center. We should support and strengthen them to promote women-centered agenda to decent work is embraced by the ILO. Protection of the most vulnerable, including the migrant workers and those in informal sectors, and provision of adequate social security and health care is key to minimize the impact. However, it is unfortunate that migrant workers who have contributed to the building of destination countries are losing hopes and returning home in the midst of the pandemic without protection of their job and income. This situation, contrary to the ILO principles, could have been avoided and norms of WHO should have been observed in the process. In Nepal, within 108 days, in an average 3,000 people returned home every day from India, crossing our land border. About 500,000 migrant workers are expected to return from the Gulf region and other countries. It doesn't mean that we are not welcoming our nationals back home. But this scale of sudden return has posed tremendous pressure on our health system as the cases of infection shoot up rapidly. I held several telephone conversations with heads of state and government in labor destination countries seeking their cooperation for the protection and well-being of the Nepali workers. At home, we are protecting foreign nationals in our country during this pandemic. Humanity is tested in the time of crisis. Our conscience should guide us to uphold justice and fairness even in the time of extreme difficulty. International solidarity at this hour could prevent the job loss, return of migrant workers, and reversal in the progress of SDG and resulting rise of poverty. Poverty and sudden stress on local labor market endangers larger peace and stability worldwide. Excellencies, we in Nepal have invested resources within our capacity to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. We have employed both preventive and mitigating measures that include testing, contact tracing, quarantine, isolation, and social distancing. We are close to meeting the target of testing 2% of our population. Temporary measures such as nationwide lockdown and restriction in movement help us to contain the virus to a large extent. Number of deaths so far remains minimal. Estimates are that nearly 63% of Nepali workforce will face some degree of impacts, which is more severe in urban areas and in service industries like hotel, restaurant, catering, and tourism sector. We have responded to the situation with some immediate and medium-term measures. For those in informal sector, we have provided food and wage for work as an immediate relief. For those in the formal sector, we have ensured payroll protection, rescheduling, and capitalization of loans and waivers on electricity, among others. We are trying to convert this challenge into opportunity with a special focus on building our health infrastructures. In the medium term, we have devised programs such as Prime Minister's Employment Program, Food for Work, subsidy to private sector for internship wages, skilling for redeployment, and reorienting of poverty alleviation funds for production and sustainable employment generation, restructuring of agriculture and support to SMEs. Provincial and local governments are also implementing programs for promoting job opportunities in coordination and collaboration with the federal government. While we are committed to partnership and social dialogue in the process, we also look forward to greater solidarity to address the situation globally. I thank you.
We are very grateful to the Prime Minister for his contribution, and the next message will be that of His Excellency Imran Khan, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Guy Ryder, DG ILO, I want to thank you for holding this virtual ILO summit and at a very critical time for labor all over the world. The lockdown because of the pandemic has hit the labor community the most. And this is why this summit is extremely important, because the issue is ongoing. The virus, the pandemic is ongoing. In some countries it's coming down and then peaking. In other countries it is still peaking. And so therefore it's very important that all of us have some sort of a combined strategy to deal with with this vulnerable section of a society, labor. I will just give you an idea of what we went through, what Pakistan went through when we imposed the lockdown to stop the spread of the virus. We were faced with this twin challenge. On the one hand, we had to deal with a spreading disease which we knew would overwhelm our hospitals. Our healthcare we knew could not cope if suddenly this virus peaked. So on one hand, we had to slow the spread of the virus. But then we had this other problem. What do we do with this informal part of our economy where most of people were self-employed, where the labor force was not registered, so we had no record of our labor force. So when the moment we imposed the lockdown, suddenly all these people became unemployed. And not just unemployed, the self-employed people or the people who were not registered, and that's the majority of the labor in our country, in the informal sector. Now the problem we faced was that this labor, their families depended upon the incomes, the daily incomes or the weekly incomes of this labor. And if they could not earn, their families could not eat. So in the beginning, we had the situation in the first 2-3 weeks where cars going into poor areas of our society were actually attacked by people who were hungry. So therefore, we came up with this idea of a smart lockdown. We decided that we would, on the one hand, stop all places where there were public gatherings. So schools, colleges, marriages, anywhere, sports activities, everything we stopped. But on the other hand, we allowed other activities like construction and agriculture. We did not stop any workers in the agricultural area because, of course, then we would have had a huge food crisis. But construction activity, which employs most amount of workers in our cities, we opened it up fairly quickly. On top of it, we decided that we needed to transfer cash to this informal part of our labor, which there was no registration. Those who were registered, we asked the employers to keep them employed, and we compensated for them. But the ones who weren't registered, we set up the system of people registering with our SARS program, which was this program through which we distributed money. We had desks everywhere where people were registering there. We had them checked. And then in Pakistan's history, never was so much money transferred to so many people in such a short space of time. So that's saved us from some of the worst aspects of the lockdown. For instance, we saw what was happening in India. India did the opposite. They went for a curfew almost. And they had the huge problem of millions of migrant workers who were just left stranded. And on top of it, their poverty, because of this very strict lockdown, their poverty rates have gone up. But having said this, the future is very uncertain. We don't know how long the economy will take to recover from the impact of this lockdown. So no one is sure right now where we are headed. And we are all praying that some vaccine comes out as a cure to this virus. But in the meantime, this uncertainty prevails. And what we all know, the most vulnerable section of our society remains our labor. And that's why this summit is extremely important. We need to share ideas. We need to have some sort of a joint strategy on protecting our labor class, our laborers who are at the moment, businesses are going bankrupt. The small and medium industry, which employs the highest number of people, is the most vulnerable. In fact, the most bankruptcies are in the small and medium industry. And that's why we need some sort of a strategy. Our second problem is, of course, our workers who are working abroad. This country depends upon their remittances, and not just Pakistan. I know a lot of other countries depend upon the remittances of their labor working abroad. Mr. Guy Ryder, we need some strategy of how we can convince these countries to be a bit more sympathetic, even though we know all countries are facing huge problems right now. But we need them to be sympathetic to these laborers, who are working in countries which we know are facing problems. Secondly, we need some joint strategy, how we can soften the impact on laborers all over the world. So I thank you again for holding this very important conference at a very critical juncture in history as far as labor is concerned. And we would love to share ideas with other people. We would like to know what other countries are planning to do, what their experiences are. We will of course keep people other countries updated with what we are facing and what we feel the way forward is. But this conference is a beginning, I feel. After that, this constant exchange of ideas I'm sure will help all of us to help our labor. Thank you.
I want to thank the Prime Minister for his contribution, and then we will move on to hear the message of Her Excellency Daw Aung San Suu Kyi, State Councillor of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, let me begin by expressing our thanks to the ILO for convening this global summit at this most challenging time for workers all over the world. Last year, we all rejoiced in the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the ILO and the successful adoption of the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. Unfortunately, now, barely 9 months after the adoption of the declaration, the world is facing the unexpected outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. This new virus attacks everyone indiscriminately, whether rich or poor, but its impact falls harder on the poor and vulnerable. Workers, in particular women, are affected most severely. Its impact on the economy, labor market, and livelihoods will be more prolonged and hard-hitting than initially expected, as the pandemic is showing no signs of abating. We must therefore strike a balance between our twin objectives, protecting the health of workers and taking measures to ensure that their businesses can keep running. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, for Myanmar, our people are the main source of our strength. To overcome a resource constraint, we have taken a whole-of-nation approach, mobilizing our people. The unique character that has emerged clearly from our pandemic response is strong voluntarism, charity, and a sharing spirit. To ensure that no one is left behind, our response covers all vulnerable segments, including IDPs and affected workers. As a result, we have to date managed to keep the virus under control. As of today, we have only about 300 infected cases and 6 cases of death, and recovery has also been good. We are treading the middle path between our parallel efforts to protect public health while mitigating economic impacts. At this time of crisis, migrant workers are faced with difficulties in foreign lands where there is no access to social protection. They are looking to their motherland for aid. Myanmar has made every effort to bring back all its citizens and to provide food and assistance to all returnees at quarantine centers until they can go back to their homes in safety. The government is keeping a record of the skills of the returnees and creating job opportunities for them by initiating labor-intensive projects in the construction and agriculture sectors, as well as cash for work schemes linked to rural development. I believe that the issues of the migrant workers is one that deserves ILO's greater attention. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Myanmar is working together with ILO to promote labor standards, and we are determined to follow up the recommendations of the ILO Centenary Declaration, in particular, protection of labor rights. Recently, we enacted a new child law in line with the Convention of the Rights of the Child and ratified the ILO Minimum Age Convention number 138 to address the issue of child labor. In addressing the challenge of the pandemic, we are following the policy response based on the 4 key pillars suggested by the ILO. First, to stimulate the economy and employment, Myanmar has developed its COVID-19 Economic Relief Plan, CERP, which comprises a series of actions designed to cushion the financial, social, and economic impacts of the pandemic and provide loans to vulnerable sectors and small and medium-sized businesses. To realize the second pillar of supporting enterprises, we established a committee to remedy the economic impact of COVID-19, along with the COVID-19 Fund to support the 3 most affected enterprises, namely garment industries, hotels and tourism, and MSMEs. The government also provided social security benefits for insured workers who have lost jobs. Essential food items and cash transfers are also provided to families without regular income. Given the serious impact on vulnerable groups, we have to avoid any step that could disrupt supply chains and exports in this most affected sector of garment industry. Under the third pillar of protecting workers in the workplace, the government has issued instructions on new working arrangements at workplaces. Only those factories that have COVID-19 preventive measures in place are allowed to resume operations. Myanmar encourages effective tripartite social dialogue for solutions as outlined by the fourth pillar. The tripartite representatives conducted education programs on COVID-19 in all industrial zones. I have myself taken part in a series of video conferences with people involved in combating the pandemic, and these have included representatives of workers and employers. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Myanmar has been working in partnership with the ILO to conduct research on the pandemic's impact on our labor market and to organize training for our workers. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the ILO for supporting our COVID-19 response. The global pandemic has already taken toll of 500,000 lives, disrupted livelihoods, and devastated the world of work. This is a time for maximum cooperation. This unprecedented global challenge requires global cooperation that delivers concrete actions in response to the common challenges we face on the future of work. Thank you.
We are grateful to the State Councillor for her intervention. Now let's turn back to the social partners with a statement from a worker representative at this moment, and that is from Ms. Rima Nanavati, leader of the Self-Employed Women's Association of India.
Namaste, and a very good day to all of you. We all have been living in very unusual times. The world has become turbulent. The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting lockdown has been very destructive for the informal sector workers' work and income. A study conducted by SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Association, very clearly showed that 71% of the informal sector workers had lost their livelihoods completely. Some 63% survived only on one meal a day, and 73% would starve if the situation continues in a similar way longer. Almost 43% of the children of these informal sector workers who had just started going to school will have to be dropped out of schools, and the worst affected amongst them would be the girls. This has been the reality of the informal sector workers because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related lockdowns. For the urban informal sector workers, social distancing, quarantine has been very difficult. Maintaining hygiene, sanitation is even more difficult for the urban informal sector workers. In spite of all this, I'm very happy to share that the informal sector workers and their union have quickly adapted to digital organizing, using digital modes, digital technologies and applications for organizing, membership renewal, for education and awareness related to COVID-19, but also to e-trainings and virtual modes of learning and education. We also have the opportunities of initiating new enterprises of the informal sector workers. The vegetable vendors and the vegetable growers, the members in the rural areas, were linked together, and they have now an enterprise where the vegetable vendors no longer have to sell sitting on the streets, but they ride electric rickshaws and do home deliveries of vegetables and fruits. Likewise, the agribusiness initiative also was in big demand. I would like to emphasize here that informal sector workers, therefore, are not a liability, but they help in building a nation's economy. They are human capital, which needs to be shared and enabled to build their capacity. Therefore, I would strongly like to emphasize here that in spite of relief for the informal sector workers, what is needed is a universal social protection. There is a need for a minimum basic income of up to rupees 15,000 per month for the informal sector workers. There is also a need to build resilience of these informal sector workers' livelihoods and their very tiny enterprises, and therefore a need to set up a livelihood recovery fund so that the flow of capital also follows labor standards. It helps in building the resilience of the informal sector workers. I would also like to mention that there is a need to guarantee employment of a minimum number of 200 days for the informal sector workers, and the governments need to have policies that ensure this. I hope that ITUC, the Global Commission on Future of Work, and ILO together will look at these needs that have emerged and have been thrown out because of the pandemic of COVID-19. The future of work no longer is for the future, but has now become reality. We need to fast track. Thank you.
We thank Ms. Nanavati for that contribution. Now, an important part of the ILO's own contribution to the response to the COVID-19 crisis lies in our partnership with other international organizations. And so it's a particular pleasure now to introduce two of the leaders of those organizations. The first, from whom we will hear now, is the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Ms. Kristalina Georgieva.
Secretary General António Guterres, Director General Ryder, Excellencies, representatives of the multilateral system, tripartite constituents of the ILO, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to contribute to your discussions today. I have been saying this is a crisis like no other. No country has been spared from the health, economic, and social impacts of the pandemic. But above all, we have to recognize that this is a human crisis. It is people who are losing their lives and their loved ones, and it is people who are suffering from the economic devastation as businesses close and workers lose their jobs. I have seen the latest ILO figures that show a 14% drop in global working hours during the second quarter of 2020, an equivalent to the loss of 400 million full-time jobs. At the IMF, we have just published our latest economic forecast, and we are predicting that the world economy will contract by about 5% this year. Nearly 95% of countries will likely be worse off in 2020 with lower per capita income than last year. The IMF is responding to the coronavirus crisis in an unprecedented speed and scale to help countries and protect people, especially the most vulnerable. We have already disbursed emergency financing, lifelines to 72 countries. We are especially concerned that the crisis will jeopardize the important development gains of the last years. We know that major epidemics often exacerbate inequality, and this crisis will likely have a disproportionate impact on women and young people, as well as workers in low-skilled jobs and those in the informal sector. Unless we act to protect workers and wages, policies should support workers' employment through measures like short-term work subsidies, providing paid family and sick leave, and support workers' income through expanded social safety nets with broader eligibility criteria. To create jobs as the recovery takes root, experience shows that wage and hiring subsidies could reignite the labor market, especially when complemented by policies like training programs and job search support. Here, it will be critical to invest in digital skills and infrastructure. And we must think hard about ways we can make sure that rapid growth in the digital sector leads to benefits that are shared widely across our societies. And looking ahead, policy should lay the foundation for a low-carbon, resilient recovery that would create the millions of jobs while help address the climate crisis. As reopening begins, we must choose what kind of recovery we want. I believe we should think about building a recovery where all can benefit from the transformation. For hundreds of millions of people, this would mean good jobs with a fair wage. Building a bridge to recovery will require global social and environmental solidarity. We can only succeed if we work together. Strong partnerships between government, international institutions, employers, and unions will be critical. And this is where you all come in. I wish you a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank the Managing Director for that important intervention and that closing invitation to further partnership, which I certainly reciprocate. The second of the international organisations from whom we will now hear is the World Trade Organization, and we will listen now to the message of its Director-General, Mr. Roberto Azevedo.
Director-General Ryder, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the WTO. In this time of tremendous social and economic upheaval, a dialogue like this is more important than ever. COVID-19 has already claimed the lives of 500,000 people. At risk are the lives and the livelihoods of millions more. The outbreak has provoked the worst economic crisis of our lifetimes. The pandemic is transforming the world of work, and ILO figures demonstrate how we have seen job and income losses of a magnitude unimaginable just 6 months ago. Trade has been, of course, severely hit by shocks to supply and demand, affecting jobs, supply relationships, and export earnings. Cross-border value chains have been disrupted. Services like travel and tourism, they have withered. Air freight capacity plummeted. Road and marine transport have done somewhat better, but with the current travel restrictions, tens of thousands of seafarers are stranded on their ships. Commodity prices have fallen, and remittances from overseas workers, which is a key source of foreign exchange for many countries, they're all plunging. Trade in the first half of 2020 registered its sharpest fall on record, but these numbers actually contain a silver lining. The decline could have been much worse. We're actually today in the realm of the optimistic scenario of our early estimates. The pessimistic scenario would see trade contracting twice as much as it has so far. Though this is not a case for complacency, however, but for action. The economic policy choices governments make at home and in coordination with each other will help shape the long-term trajectory of our recovery. We can choose to build back economies that are more resilient, more inclusive, and more sustainable, or we can risk long years of stagnation and anger. To lay the foundation for a strong recovery, countries' monetary, fiscal, and trade policies must pull hard and pull in the same direction. And these must be accompanied by labor policies and social investments to ensure that no one is left behind by economic change. The ILO's Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work recognizes the massive shifts underway in the world of work. Many of these shifts have been accelerated by the pandemic. For example, we have in the space of months moved ahead with teleworking and online shopping on scales that would normally have taken years. Equipping workers to adapt to these shifts is critically important, both as we respond to COVID-19 and in the longer term. While this includes better education and more active labor market policies, it must also involve a wider rethink about improving working conditions in basic services as well as in manufacturing and agriculture. As each of us could see during the lockdowns, some of the most essential jobs in society are among the most undervalued. Keeping markets open to trade will play an important role in fostering our recovery. In the short run, raising trade barriers would threaten access to food and medical supplies. As the health crisis recedes, open markets will offer the predictability and efficiency needed to encourage investments and increase purchasing power. Organizations like the WTO have a vital role in enabling the effective international collaboration we need so much. These collaborative efforts will be essential to build the inclusive and sustainable economies we all want. Since this is likely the last time I address you as WTO Director-General, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your support over the past 7 years. I would also like to thank Guy for his friendship and for the good working partnership that we have built between our two organizations. Thank you all.
But I want to thank Director General Azevedo for his message today, and also for the friendship and cooperation that he's extended to the ILO over his period of mandate at the head of the World Trade Organization. Well, this brings us to the last contribution of this segment of today's proceedings, and it comes from His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim Shataye, the Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority, and we will hear from him now.
السيدات والسادة، السيد المدير العام لمنظمة.
Ladies and gentlemen, Director General of the International Labour Organization, I greet you all, and I'm pleased to speak on behalf of Palestine at this virtual summit of the ILO on COVID-19 and the world of work. Workers and work have been amongst the principal victims of COVID-19 and throughout the world, and in Palestine, the issues linked to workers are affected by the pandemic and the occupation, and this has led to a very serious crisis which affects workers and the people of Palestine in general. We started with a strategy of focusing on prevention, and we were able to be very efficient, and as a result, we were one of the countries that was least affected by the pandemic and one of the fastest in containing the situation, which allowed us to return to normality very rapidly and reduce the impact on the labor market and workers. The government of Palestine, in cooperation with civil society and those in the constituents in society, were able to put into place aid for millions of vulnerable families and to provide allowances for workers who had lost their work by providing financial loans to allow activity and building work to continue. We also looked at achieving a balance between protecting human beings and allowing them to continue to earn a living. This is in an economic crisis which is governed by the colonization by the Israeli people, and this is also accompanied by a financial embargo imposed by the United States, and UNRWA in terms of the Palestinian authorities. And this is all linked to the withdrawal of funds from funders. And we work in the Israeli labor market and the illegal settlements established on our territory. And so tens of thousands work without official work certificates and cross border controls and control posts daily. So this means that it's difficult to organize their entry and exit by the measures imposed by the Israeli controls. We have requested that they could continue working in Israel for humanitarian reasons. First of all, they said, they allowed that, and then unfortunately they've gone back on the agreement because of the political situation, which brought us into this situation of annexation, which is a serious violation of international rules. Ladies and gentlemen, Palestine and the people of Palestine are looking for peace and development so that we can work to this. We want to go for peace and freedom, social justice, and we want to promote the service of human beings within the framework of human dignity and values. We have confirmed that it's necessary to establish an early alert system for global crises under the United Nations so that we cannot see similar disasters happening again in the future. It is also necessary to say that social dialogue and real partnership are the best tools to face crises and challenges. And it's also important to develop global social protection systems, at the heart of which we have a program for social security, which we will be continuing within Palestine. The future of work is changing rapidly, and this requires more agreements and systems which allow for flexible work and working at a distance, remote working. And it's necessary to work with decent work programs to ensure that safety at work is a priority area. Social justice and human dignity, as well as freedom of human beings, is our ultimate goal, not only in Palestine, but throughout the world. So we don't live just from bread alone, but it is essential for all of us, including workers. So I'd like to thank you, Director-General Guy Ryder, for having invited us to participate in this virtual summit, which is extremely important, so that the free world can work with us to protect those who are oppressed and vulnerable, and to end all forms of racial discrimination wherever it takes place. And Abu Mazem, in his letter to the Secretary General of the United Nations, said that it's necessary to deploy efforts on an international level and an institutional level to share the burden between our states and our societies, and to be on the alert in the future. In Palestine, we want to play our role in facing up to this major challenge, and we hope that the world will play its role alongside us in the fight against the occupation and the pandemic. And I would also like to express my sincere condolences to all the families of those who have lost loved ones. Thank you.
The Prime Minister for his intervention, which is the last in this first segment of our Global Leaders Day. Now, we'll be taking a short break of some 10 minutes, but during that break, we will be inviting you to view a series of short videos which introduce some of the issues that the ILO has been working on as part of our response to the COVID-19 crisis. So please don't go away. In a little more than 10 minutes, we'll be back and we will continue with the messages from the global leaders. I'll see you very shortly.
COVID-19 has brought the world of work to its knees. The ILO has been a major player in the international response, measuring and addressing the impact on workers and enterprises, on women, migrant workers, and other vulnerable groups, promoting stronger safety and health in the workplace, helping employers with business continuity plans and a safe return to work. And workers have a say in how to stay safe in the workplace, providing the latest policy advice to governments, supporting the UN in coordinating a multilateral response, and working for a better normal.
The cooperatives and other institutions are affected by COVID-19 when they're facing it. They've adopted various initiatives on a financial level to support small and micro enterprises and local companies. Many have transformed their products and services to satisfy local needs, which are essential and in demand of PPE and social assistance. Cooperatives and other institutions have provided essential assistance to workers in the informal sector and have promoted and encouraged government support and the work of their members. Social cooperatives use their infrastructure to facilitate contact amongst people.
The COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us of the importance of sickness benefits when people are ill, in order to guarantee that sick people and quarantined people continue to enjoy an income. Sickness benefits have an immediate and sustainable effect on health, income, and the well-being of workers. Governments must urgently provide appropriate sickness benefits to all, extend coverage to a greater number of workers, cover absences due to quarantines or to care provided to loved ones when they fall ill, increase the level of the sickness benefit in order to guarantee adequate income levels, and to ensure rapid payment of sickness benefit, especially using technology. Sickness benefit is key in ensuring social protection at work and guaranteeing access to healthcare and to secure income.
The pandemic impacts the safety and well-being of seafarers and fishers, their ability to join their vessels and return home, and the future of their jobs. The ILO is working to protect these key maritime workers as the world seeks to protect public health.
The COVID-19 pandemic shows that in order to have a safe life and a safe workplace, you need a safe environment. This has allowed us to see a significant drop in air pollution, and that's positive for the world of work. Measures adopted to respond to the pandemic show that where there's a will, there's a way. If we are to have a sustainable recovery, governments must intensify policies and investments in order to create a green, circular economy. Enterprises can rely on innovative measures that can be used to develop green innovation and entrepreneurship. Consumers must adopt the way in which they consume in order to ensure that by reducing waste, it becomes easier to meet the needs of current and future generations. The ILO can propose programs, initiatives, and tools to advocate more strongly for decent work, social justice, and environmental sustainability so that we can build back better. COVID-19 has brought the automotive industry to a standstill.
Processes have propagated the impact across global supply chains. Small and medium enterprises are among those hardest hit. Millions of jobs are at risk.
The ILO sectoral brief on the automotive industry is a repository of information on the impact of the pandemic on the industry and measures taken to respond to the crisis.
Policies and targeted support for the auto industry and its supply chains is key to a lasting recovery, to building back better with decent work for more women and men.
The ILO sectoral impact responses and recommendations briefs are available now.
During the coronavirus crisis, how can we ensure the inclusion of people living with disabilities? First of all, we can encourage solutions which favour equality, such as working from home. Secondly, we can make communication accessible and inclusive with signed language, subtitles, and accessible websites, taking into account the specific situation of people with disabilities. And we can provide appropriate social protection to cover the extra costs linked to disability. We can guarantee rights at work now and always, thanks to social dialogue and participation. And then we can direct the dialogue towards including people with disabilities in the creation of responses. During the crisis and afterwards, we must act together.
In 2019, the International Labour Organization marked its 100-year anniversary and adopted the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. Reaffirming while reinvigorating the ILO's mandate, it sets out a roadmap for the ILO and its constituents to create a human-centered approach to the future of work. Only 9 months after the adoption of the Centenary Declaration, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. It has devastated the world of work and plunged the world into one of the most serious human, economic, and social crises of modern times, causing massive human suffering and laying bare the extreme vulnerability of millions of workers and enterprises. COVID-19 does not discriminate, but its impact on the world of work has been particularly felt by the most disadvantaged and vulnerable, exacerbating inequalities that were already growing before the pandemic. Women are especially hard hit, and young people risk becoming part of a lockdown generation whose working lives are scarred by the pandemic. The equivalent of 400 million full-time jobs have been lost. Migrants and workers in the informal economy, those in non-standard employment, and low-wage, high-risk frontline jobs have been disproportionately affected. Millions of small and medium-sized enterprises have been forced to close their doors. The world of work cannot and should not look the same after this crisis. With the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work as a roadmap, the ILO has been and will continue to be at the center of the international response to tackle the economic and social impact of COVID-19. So, as some countries still battle with the pandemic and others start the recovery process, how can we all work together to build a better future of work for all?
Let me welcome everybody back to this, our second segment of today's Leaders' Day of our Global Virtual Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. Now, to start the second segment, we have the privilege of listening to the message of His Excellency, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. As many of you know, President Ramaphosa was co-chair of the ILO's Global Commission on the Future of Work and currently chairs as well the African Union. So we are very pleased now to listen to the intervention of President Ramaphosa.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it has been just over a year since we adopted the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work at the 108th International Labour Conference. This landmark document is a roadmap for countries as they explore the challenges and opportunities of an ever-changing world of work. The Global Commission on the Future of Work centered on the impact on the world of work, technological advances, demographic changes, and environmental change. But the coronavirus pandemic has accelerated the pace and profoundly affected the nature of this change. COVID-19 has left no aspect of human existence untouched, from health to security, from social systems to economies and livelihoods. Now, as never before, we're being called upon as the international community to hasten our efforts in giving effect to the provisions of the Centenary Declaration. We have to protect working people against the rising tide of unemployment through universal social protection. We have to invest in people's capabilities, in skills development, in lifelong learning, in workplace inclusivity, and also in advancing gender equality. Above all, we have to transform our domestic policy frameworks to support the creation of decent and sustainable work. In so many respects, this pandemic has forced change of a transformational kind upon us, change that would otherwise have been gradual and slow. It has given added impetus to our goal to make our workplaces more agile, more adaptable, and safer. As we collectively look to the future, we have an immense task before us to rebuild our shattered lives and economies. The African continent has so far had lower rates of infection than many other parts of the world. But because of weak health systems, resource constraints, and pre-existing economic vulnerabilities, the long-term impact of the pandemic on Africa will be quite severe. The African Union has developed a COVID-19 strategy, and as part of that, it has established an AU COVID-19 response fund to assist member states in funding an effective response to the pandemic. Last month, we launched the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, an innovation that will enable all countries on the continent to procure much-needed supplies in a much faster manner and competitive pricing. We are also engaged with international partners and institutions to mobilize substantial stimulus packages to assist African countries to rebuild their economies. Among other things, this will enable us to invest in job creation initiatives, in workplace skilling and reskilling, and to support entrepreneurship, and also to develop small-medium enterprises. The whole world is in the midst of an unprecedented global crisis, but within it lies the seeds of opportunity to deliver greater economic security, equal opportunity and social justice for those who work and for those who have lost work and for those who are looking for work. As we strive to recover from this pandemic, let us continue to be guided by the spirit of solidarity and ensure that we put people and their welfare at the center of all our efforts. And most importantly, that all our responses to this pandemic leave no one behind. I thank you.
I want to thank President Ramaphosa for his statement and also for his continued engagement with the work of our organisation. We are now pleased to hear from His Excellency Michael D. Higgins, the President of the Republic of Ireland.
As President of Ireland, I welcome the fact that at your global summit this year, you're addressing the theme of the world of work in the context of COVID-19. The pandemic has forced a return to basics that none of us, including the ILO, can afford to ignore. Questions such as how did we come to value so little, take for granted, essential work and essential workers. We have been shown what the consequences are of privileging those remunerated in a financialized global economy over those who worked in the provision of universal basic services, or indeed worked in the real economy. The task now at hand to create a society that is more equal, one in which all work is valued and all jobs are decent, fulfilling and secure, together with adequate social protection, is far from an easy undertaking, given the current geopolitical atmosphere and the recent, if now thankfully fading, fixation with a neoliberalism that was not open to critique in terms of assumptions, practices, or consequences. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us, as if proof were needed, how the paradigm in which our economies has operated for 4 decades now has forced a shrinking of the space of the state, undervalued frontline workers, and those providing essential services across the economy. From this demonstrably failed model of economy, we must free ourselves, make a new balance between economy, ecology, society, and culture. How hugely regrettable it would be, what a lost opportunity, if through some form of evasion or moral cowardice, we as a society were to continue a disregard for the efforts of those women and men, our essential workers, that having paid them a fulsome tribute for putting themselves and their families at risk for us all, we were to revert to where we were before the crisis. We are all responsible for what we know but choose to ignore. I know that, as I speak, the treatment of workers in sweat factories across the world cries out to humanity. If we are not achieving the defense of workers' rights to collective representation, are we not in bad faith if we seek to absorb ourselves in the abstract thickets of discourses that are the mere projections of what is failing and is even destructive? This COVID-19 crisis that follows the earlier banking crisis has laid bare the consequences of profound economic and social inequalities, which, taken together with widespread inadequacies in social protection, have scarred our global landscape for many decades. Tragically, instead of recognizing the inequities of current systems, many governments and employers across the globe have used the crisis to further restrict the rights of working people through limiting collective bargaining, disrupting the right to strike, excluding workers from participation in the economy through their unions, and in some cases, impeding even the registration of unions as part of civil society. The pandemic has clearly shown, too, how highly mobile workers who frequently move within or in and out of the European Union are irreplaceable during a public health crisis, yet they often remain the least protected. As to the task of redefining work, we continue to witness increases in precarious employment, contract working, and an ongoing casualisation of labour, with new and emerging trends in work practices that are often deemed innovations. Innovations insofar as they provide new means to maximise profits for employers, but in their practical delivery reveal the ongoing erosion of employees' hard-won labour rights. The trend towards the spreading and deepening of digitalisation continues, and while such a trend need not be wholly negative if offered within a social-economic model, we can see how online workers often are not covered by the most basic employment law or collective agreements, all rationalised in the name of innovation, flexibility, productivity. Moreover, such workers seldom have access to social protection, paid leave, or paid training, owing to the fact that the platforms that are accountable but to a minimal degree, platforms who see the ILO as irrelevant and who require or induce workers to register as self-employed. The International Labour Organization has a crucial role in ensuring that governments' labour policies are ethical and equitable, and in helping to bring about a vision of a fair society and economy, one that promotes decency in the labour market, inclusivity and sustainability in its many forms. Surely, therefore, the ILO is well positioned to play a transformative role in tackling these adverse trends to which I have referred, by exposing and working to outlaw such evidently inequitable practices, practices that are becoming pervasive in too many of those very sectors in which essential workers continued to perform their duties during the recent crisis, and thus enable society to continue to function at some basic level. Taking all of what I have said into account, one can recognize how important the responsible, responsive employer is, and the important role played by those who place themselves within the ILO family. Their concern for social cohesion, I believe, has made them, and continues to make them, potential allies in anti-poverty and social inclusion campaigns. We need now, however, a strong and activist ILO membership that will expose the abuses that tarnish the very idea of multilateralism in labour rights. We need an ILO whose membership is willing to pursue an appropriate, achievable, utopian vision for our times. The philosophical concept of the dignity of labour, so much advocated by Mahatma Gandhi, in which all types of jobs are respected and treated equally, in which no occupation is considered superior or inferior, and jobs are not discriminated on any basis, was utopian in its day. However, while it was safe to make reference to this vision in text, it took COVID-19 to remind us of its importance in the reality of our times. I ask the ILO, is it not the fundamental ethic of work as human fulfillment that we should be striving to advocate? Be campaigning for the fundamentals of decent, secure jobs with job satisfaction and an enhanced quality of life. Let us all commit to becoming activists in an international campaign for decent work, to playing our part in the creation of a society that removes the obstacles standing between so many of our people and their personal and community fulfillment. Let us commit to valuing all of those heroic workers who risk their lives and their security to support us. Let us, in these new conditions, defend their rights, and as the founders of the trade union movement did more than a century ago. I wish the International Labour Organization well as it faces the challenge of adjusting and achieving a progressive multilateral institutional agenda on these most basic issues for humanity. Babanat, thank you.
I want to thank President Higgins for his, as always, powerful intervention. Y ahora escucharemos.
And now we will hear the message from the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Mr. Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mansogo. Dear leaders of the world, today the world faces an extremely worrying event, which calls on all leaders throughout the world, and that is why we are holding this global summit of the ILO, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has so impacted and will continue to impact the peoples of this world. The pandemic, which started as a health issue, has become a general ill throughout our societies, brought about by an invisible biological agent, and we see a visible impact on our lives, our economies, and the world of work. In my country, Equatorial Guinea, and in other countries in Africa, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about a total paralysis of the functioning of our states for 6 months. Its effects, added to the persistent oil crisis, affects our economies in such a way and to such an extent that we cannot talk of economic growth or the creation of jobs or of sustainability for the economic operators established in our countries. And on the other hand, the containment measures adopted by our governments have been a double-edged sword, because whilst they protect the population from the pandemic, they also have adverse effects on the lives of the self-same populations. In Equatorial Guinea, some 5,000 workers from companies in the formal sector have seen their employment relationships turned upside down with the suspension of work contracts and the reduction of the working day and of their wages because of the abandonment of their contracts. And in the informal sector, we have not been able to account for the number of workers and jobs affected. Our labour market, which was already in a delicate situation before COVID-19, is now facing a considerable deficit in terms of employment, productivity, professional training, and building of capacity on an institutional level, and so forth. In order to mitigate the effects of COVID-19, my government declared a state of health alert with the containment measures recommended by the World Health Organization. And We set up the National Fund for COVID-19 Emergency with an initial investment of 5 billion CFA and with a boost of the national system for social protection, providing support to small and medium-sized companies. We think that if the system for international cooperation is based on a supposed solidarity of states in order to assist one another, well, this solidarity should be manifested now in favor of less developed countries which are vulnerable. And specifically, the global economic powers should show their solidarity to mitigate the harmful effects of this crisis in the Southern Hemisphere. In order to face up to the challenges of COVID-19, we are aware that all countries should adopt an approach to development set out by the International Labour Organization in its centenary declaration for the future of work, which was adopted at the 108th conference. This declaration, this statement, proposes new measures for cooperation, which are summed up in the title of New Normality that my government suggests we should follow as humans who share a destiny and a planet. International solidarity should be our weapon to fight and to promote the well-being and happiness of our societies.
Agradecemos.
We thank the President for his contribution to our summit.
My pleasure to introduce the statement by His Excellency, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis, President of the Republic of Cyprus.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Director-General of the International Labour Organization, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. A year has passed since I had the honor and privilege to participate at the high-level conference marking the 100 years since the establishment of this esteemed organization. During my intervention, I expressed Cyprus' strong support for the aims of a human-centered agenda in dealing with the challenges of an increasingly interdependent world. A commitment which is even more relevant and imperative than ever, taking into account the global profound effect to work and economies by the COVID-19 pandemic. In dealing with this ongoing crisis, my government has been assertive in its decisions-making and proactive in providing medical and economic support to our citizens, workers, and enterprises. Like many other countries, Cyprus had to take harsh, painful, but necessary measures in order to deal in a timely and effective manner with this unprecedented public health crisis. We immediately acknowledged, however, that beyond saving lives, we also had to safeguard livelihoods and address the potential economic and social disruption the lockdown measures would cause. We needed to ensure the sustainability of businesses, preserve jobs, maintain the income of our citizens, protect the rights of the workers, and provide the necessary support to our economy to recover as quickly as possible once the lockdown restrictions would gradually be eased and eventually lifted. To this end, we adopted a generous package of fiscal liquidity support measures of more than 3 billion euros, which accounts to around 15% of our gross domestic production. The aim of those measures, which were devised in close consultation with our social partners, was to secure liquidity and employment to businesses and employees most affected by the crisis. I would be remiss not to mention that national efforts have been substantially complemented by actions at the European level, with the provision of maximum flexibility in the application of European rules in order to allow for member states to take the national measures necessary for their economies. Additionally, the agreed package of 540 billion euros loans to support companies and workers in member states has significantly contributed in providing confidence that collectively we are ready to take the appropriate measures to protect our citizens and, of course, our economies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the epidemiological status of Cyprus, taking into account that this past month, on a daily basis, we had 0 or 1 or 2 reported COVID cases, mainly from repatriated citizens, indicate that we have effectively handled the COVID-19 crisis. Despite that, I remain extremely concerned as regards the worrying upward trend of new coronavirus cases and deaths we are currently, unfortunately, witnessing globally. A new second wave of this pandemic, which transcends national boundaries and continents, will, as already proven, affect each and every country, putting additional pressure to our already weakened health system, economies which have been severely hit by the crisis, but, and most importantly, to social cohesion, the social welfare system, and to work and employment conditions. Hence, I believe that the only way forward in order to efficiently tackle such a possibility and maintain social justice and sustainable development is to collectively demonstrate solidarity in burden sharing the above-mentioned negative effects, whilst in an equitable and reciprocated manner share the vaccine of COVID-19 once, of course, is being developed. In order for this to be achieved, I strongly believe it is mandatory to hold a proactive, honest dialogue between all nations and international organizations, including, of course, ILO, and jointly to proceed with determination in taking the necessary measures so as to avoid any further and with deeper impact adverse economic and social effects for our peoples. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to President Anastasiadis for his intervention. Et maintenant, nous sommes heureux d'écouter le...
Now, I'm very pleased to hear the message from Mr. Ismail Omar Gela, President of the Republic of Djibouti and Head of Government.
Monsieur le Président,
ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary-General of the International Labour Organization, ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum. First of all, may I express my warmest thanks to the Director-General of the International Labour Organization for holding this World Summit on COVID-19 in the world of work. It is taking place in a context that causes concern because never in the history of humanity have our countries been faced with a crisis of such magnitude. Its three-dimensional impact, health, economic, and social, has exposed our economies to recession and has led to the emergence of new vulnerabilities, which today risk wiping out recent progress. Right from the start of the emergence of COVID-19 cases in Djibouti, we, like many other countries, imposed lockdown so as to stop the virus progressing. In spite of the difficulties in acquiring diagnostic tests, we have carried out massive testing on the population. And this made it possible to isolate and rapidly treat the sick. This strategy considerably reduced the deaths caused by the virus in our country. However, this had social consequences. Lockdown deprived thousands of our citizens of their income. Faced with this difficult situation, the government introduced emergency measures, including a number of actions to protect workers and employers in these difficult times. Among other things, we introduced a regime of exceptions, in other words, teleworking and part-time work, or rather short-time work. There are state compensations for employers and the reduction of social charges on companies in the context of the recovery of the economy. We believe that what we most urgently need to do is to extend universal social coverage to protect the incomes of every worker. And the setting up of unemployment insurance requires means, of course, which we do not have as a developing country. In normal times, we have high unemployment rates. However, this is something we should try to do because we have to protect this important part of the economically active population. Unemployment benefit adapted to our situation shouldn't be a utopia, but something we can attain over the next few years. Generally speaking, our recovery plan and resilience plan is in line with the strategic recovery framework as suggested by the ILO to facilitate the integration of unemployed workers into the market. We're going to regulate the labour market, boost the recovery of decent work, and set up a policy to facilitate the inclusion of refugees in the labour market, and finally, the promotion of occupational safety and health. Ladies and gentlemen, faced with this pandemic, I would point out that it offers a great opportunity to our countries to question our economies and see whether our markets, our labour markets, are markets of solidarity and do provide the protection we want to offer to all of our citizens. I think there is a before the COVID crisis and after it. And social and economic policies should emerge with the support of the international community. Let me say a few words about those in the informal sector. In many countries, they were deprived of their income overnight. Fighting precarious forms of work or non-standard forms of work should be a priority. So we need to mobilize financial resources and to show international solidarity that is more effective, more visible, and more sustainable, which will be based on assistance plans on a case-by-case basis. To give you an example, even before the pandemic, Africa needed $600 billion a year to achieve the sustainable development objectives and those of Agenda 2030. This unforeseen situation has raised the threat of pushing us back 10 years. The ILO adopted a declaration last year looking to the future and concentrated on making informal work formal, and it should have happened this year, but all that has been changed by the pandemic. So we should make the best use of this summit to reformulate this and adapt it to the present context. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 confirms the existence of this common community, that we're all in the same boat. It affects all continents. All states have proved to be fragile, both rich and poor. So we have to pool our resources and draw up real, consistent strategies so that we can achieve a recovery that meets the needs of each and every one of us. Thank you.
Donc, nous remercions, Monsieur le Président.
I thank President Ghele for that contribution to our summit.
To the social partners, starting first with the employers. The next presentation will be by Mr. Carlo Bonomi, President of the General Confederation of Italian Industry, Confindustria.
Gentile Segretario Generale, illustri capi di Stato e di Governo, colleghi delle rappresentanze datoriali.
Dear Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, colleagues from employers and labour associations and organisations. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Senza precedenti. Le ultime stime della Banca Mondiale dell'Ox.
The latest estimates on the global economic growth fluctuate over a very wide range, -5 to -8, when the effects of the shock will be even more acute. And this requires decisive, widespread, and above all, decisive steps, and effective multilateral coordination is the only possible answer. Confindustria has always said this. This is demonstrated by our commitment, first of all, at the IOE, which I thank for its outstanding efforts, and a shared response at multilateral level is even more crucial. But an extraordinary joint effort is needed. It requires the full assumption of responsibility by each actor, public and private, at national, regional, and multilateral levels. All levels of governance must ensure maximum determination, consistency, and continuity, bearing in mind that the humanitarian, social, and economic dimensions are closely interrelated. The price paid in human lives so far and the risk of a resurgence of the pandemic restrains our economic and social life again, and we call for clear and far-sighted choices. The challenge can profoundly jeopardize the future of and this might undermine our society. Our ambition, therefore, cannot and mustn't consist in restoring conditions we enjoyed pre-COVID-19. We must draw from this tremendous adversity a stimulus to adopt measures to produce lasting and sustainable benefits. Today's initiative is we need an international initiative. Everybody has to collaborate to gather common lines of action, to set common lines of action. The ILO Declaration, and appropriately focused on the future of work. It contains ideas and proposals that we fully share, which we have to pursue without hesitation, and is supported by Italian industry. And we must update them in the light of the disruptive circumstances. Italy was the first to suffer from the crisis. And we therefore suddenly search for unprecedented measures. It's based on a processing economy with small and medium-sized enterprises directed towards exports. This is very much exposed to systemic shocks. However, the DNA of Italian companies, as well as of every entrepreneur in the world, is devoted to finding solutions. Our industry has been at the forefront since the early stages of the pandemic. We've worked on the economic and social transformation of the country, bearing in mind the priorities of the country. Recovery is not enough. That's the main message I want to share with you all today. Transformation is required. We've proposed effective policies and regulatory measures to broaden its scope and social inclusion. Now we have to call on all social partners. We have to intervene in multiple sectors. We have to be energetic. First of all, we have to increase investments to increase employment, while clarifying our view on the role of the public sector in the national economy and the management of companies. Second, reshape education, training and skilling by leveraging digital innovation. Human capital is even more important. And that's why we have to think about smart working. Third, sustainability is neither an obstacle nor a concern for companies, but a competitiveness factor. Therefore, we look to this forum, and we hope it'll spur on everybody to improve the situation at work and combat unemployment. We therefore need a favorable context for enterprises. Companies don't only generate employment, but also social development and cultural and economic development as well. Thank you very much.
To Mr. Bonomi for his statement on behalf of the employers of Italy. And now turning to the workers, the next message will be from Mr. Mikhail Shmakov, who is president of the FNPR, the Federation of Independent Trade Unions of Russia.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, trade unions in Russia consider the ILO Global Summit to be very timely. The world is now undergoing a situation similar to a world war. The coronavirus has dealt a severe blow to the economy and lives of billions of people. At the same time, it's clearly revealed the socio-economic problems that had accumulated during the pre-crisis period. Many of those problems had become so sharply visible because no solution was found to them for too long before the pandemic. Many things were put off until later. Somewhere there was a lack of political will, and now the crisis has revealed the harsh truth. Either we move from general words in distinguished forums to concrete actions, or the world will be thrown back into chaos and the dark ages. As we move to the recovery phase, increasingly hear voices demanding that business and management be released from social responsibility as compensation for the anti-crisis measures. But the unions know all too well that deregulation and austerity only contribute to inequality and slow economic growth. After all, most crises are largely man-made. Any attempts to take advantage of the emergency situations of the pandemic to perpetuate this situation in the sphere of labor relations should be strongly opposed. To cure the word of a pandemic means to simultaneously rid it of socioeconomic injustice and lack of freedom. The history of the world of work has allowed us to develop a set of rules and tools for their application, including in critical situations. And the intellectual baggage with which the ILO has marked its centenary allows us not only to promptly return to the customary normal way of life, it offers us a chance to build a more reasonable, fair and efficient world. This is exactly the better normality that the ILO Director-General, Guy Ryder, is speaking of. This is why the ILO's Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work, with its human-centered agenda, is so important to us. The ILO set of standards should be applied both within countries and in international relations, both in times of peace and in times of war. And today we are fighting an invisible but common enemy. It threatens not only the lives and health of people, but also the well-being of millions of people. All participants in the economy, from small businesses to global networks, should be made subject to mandatory compliance with the ILO standards. We welcome and support the four-pillar ILO strategy to address the consequences of the pandemic. Creating effective employment as the basis for fair incomes and protecting workers in the workplace should be at the heart of the decisions to be made. It's time to extend social protection to everyone. Occupational safety and health is a fundamental human right. In the context of overcoming the pandemic, it should be included among the fundamental norms of the ILO. COVID contamination in the workplace should be included in the list of occupational diseases, according to ILO Recommendation 194. As we all know, it provides for ensuring information, medical care and compensation to employees. Changes in the social labour sphere should take place only on the basis of social dialogue. This is clearly stated in the ILO strategy to address the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. Such cooperation makes it possible to take decisions that are useful for all citizens. The work done in our country to amend the Constitution is a prime example of such interaction. The trade unions have made a significant contribution to it. Any changes in labour legislation must be agreed with the trade unions. Legislation on labour protection should be strengthened, and the number of labour inspectors and their powers should be increased. Certain changes introduced by the state during the lockdown period should also be adopted. These include increased funding for the health sector and the care economy, as well as expansion of rights to social benefits. Stable employment should be provided to self-employed, platform and informal workers. They need to be ensured an adequate level of occupational safety, a decent income and social protection. All this requires an innovative and integrated approach. I do hope that this summit will contribute to achieving a new social compact, both within the ILO and at the national level. Thank you.
I want to thank Mr. Shmakov for his statement delivered on behalf of the workers of the Russian Federation. Et maintenant, nous allons écouter le message.
And now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Because of the difficulties, last-minute difficulties, the statement will be read out by Mr. Clement Momba, who is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Congo.
Son Excellence.
His Excellency, Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of the Republic of Congo, has asked me to read out on his behalf the following statement for the ILO Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work, building a better future of work. Heads of state and government, Mr. Director-General of the International Labour Organization, ladies and gentlemen, in the Republic of Congo, like elsewhere, the world of work has been badly shaken by the pandemic of the COVID-19 virus. And just like in other places, the impact of the pandemic on the enterprises, the companies, has raised many challenges. Inter alia, firstly, a challenge related to new forms of organization of labor. We have noted the different health measures, initiatives that have been taken to reorganize work on new bases. For example, working from home, working according to shifts, partial unemployment benefits, and early retirement. And then there's challenges related to the consequences related to this health crisis on contracts, labor contracts. For example, the measures of technical unemployment and other wage measures, and the loss of many jobs. In other words, the challenge of worsening unemployment. Heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, this health crisis that has been generated by COVID-19 has led to a major upheaval in the economy and in the world of work. It has challenged many certainties and has undermined many achievements. This health crisis, however, has also meant that we have an opportunity to reconsolidate the initiative we launched last year at the centenary of our organization. It focused on the future of work. With a view to being coherent in meeting the challenges that the world faces, given the context of the current crisis, I think it is urgent that we develop rapid and coordinated policies, both on a national and international scale, on the areas of multilateral strong leadership. With this in mind, we need to revisit the legislation for our world of work, the ultimate goal being protecting the health of workers and their family members, to bring more security to work and to better guarantee the contractual arrangements that have been made. And a particular focus needs to be placed on new forms of organizing work based on information and communication technology. In this particular area, our organization could make available to member states who so request it a multifaceted type of assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, as we analyze the effects of this health crisis, we believe it is urgent that we put in place institutional reforms, not just to relaunch the economy in a robust manner, to better organize the systems that protect workers. We need to consolidate social and tripartite dialogue between governments and workers and employers' organizations. These are my reflections that I wanted to share with you today at this very important global summit. Thank you.
Nous remercions, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much. Please thank the President, Mr. Ngesa, for his statement.
We will listen to will be that of His Excellency, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia.
Dear ILO Director-General, Mr. Ryder, heads of state and government, heads of international organizations, representatives of social partners, ladies and gentlemen, workers. It's a pleasure to greet you at the International Labour Organization's Global Summit, which will discuss the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the labour market. A century ago, the founders of the ILO recognized the importance of social justice in securing peace against the backdrop of worker exploitation in the industrializing nations of that time. A lot has been accomplished since then. Now we face new challenges that the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work should successfully address, thus confirming the ILO's importance in promoting workers' rights. Our response to the COVID-19 pandemic and climate changes requires collective action at the international level. Decent jobs and wages should be at the center of our decisions in the political economy, macroeconomic policies, and debt relief programs. On the global and national levels, we should not neglect the issue of inequalities, since the costs are disproportionately endured by the disadvantaged and vulnerable: women, young people, workers not covered by social insurance, older workers, and migrant workers. We should focus our efforts on occupational health and safety, and health as a fundamental right, enforce social dialogue and international labor standards, introduce labor social protection floors for workers in casual and precarious jobs, adequately address the issue of workers in an informal economy, and increase investments in quality public services. Finally, I wish you success in your work, and I hope that your conclusions will ensure a quick and sustainable recovery of the labor market.
We thank President Milanovic for his message to our meeting, et nous allons écouter maintenant le message de son Excellence.
And now we will hear from Mr. Alpha Condé, President of the Republic of Guinea.
Mesdames, Messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to participate in the ILO Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work, building a better future of work. The world since 2019 has been facing an international health crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Following other countries, Guinea has also taken measures in accordance with this, in accordance with the number of cases in our country. 57% of our population has been affected, which is one of the lowest rates of mortality in the world. Given the loss of human lives that we regret, we are facing a situation where we need to consolidate the measures that have been taken in this combat. We have taken up several initiatives to rapidly stop the spread of this disease. Inter alia, confinement, lockdown of our inhabitants, closing of the borders, land borders, and the compulsory wearing of masks, and a ban on meeting of religious groups and large groups. To continue to fight this pandemic, additional measures were taken by my government to stop the chain of spread and reinforce the monitoring and follow-up system of people in contact with each other, and to look after the sick. We have deployed a huge lockdown across the country, including about 600 families. We've also taken exceptional emergency measures to ensure that people are looked after, and we have rapid testing. This economic plan is another thing. Indicators have seen a less than 9% growth rate and a managed inflation rate, among other indicators. So in addition to the health impact, the country has been subjected to a huge threat because of other related risks that could threaten our economy, and the drop of revenue because of a drop in demand from our trading partners. This world crisis has shown us that we are witnessing a slowdown of activities in general, leading to massive amounts of job loss. We'd like to say the following. We have been hard hit by this crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, given this horrific situation and its impact on the most vulnerable sectors of the population, the government has deployed emergency measures in fact, has been doing so since March to reduce the impact. This focuses on consolidating measures against the pandemic and to boost the economy. It also includes the creation of two funds to help SMEs and vulnerable groups. In addition to this, we are facing a situation where we must secure the future. Our priority must be an inclusive plan to foster employment and within a regional perspective as well. Ladies and gentlemen, recent developments in COVID-19 has meant that in certain zones we have seen a reopening of religious places and shops, and progressively we are working together tirelessly to relaunch the economy while strictly respecting the health measures that have been dictated by the health authorities. It is our duty and our obligation to work together to promote the best measures possible to reduce the impact. And this is the path that we must take to contain this pandemic. We have awareness-raising campaigns that are very important and international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Nous remercions le président.
We should like to thank President Condé for his important statement.
To the Republic of San Marino for a message which is to be delivered by the Captain's Regent of the Republic, His Excellency Alessandro Mancini, and Her Excellency Grazia Zafferani.
Signor Presidente,
Mr. Chairman, Director-General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On the occasion of the centenary celebrations of the International Labour Organization, its member states have gathered to reflect on issues related to the world of work and its future. This meeting resulted in a declaration that represents the guiding star in a world in which technological innovation, globalization, demographic flows, climate, and environmental changes seem to constantly question the values and principles deriving from social dialogue that has been inspired by the International Labour Organization and encouraged it over a century. A few months after that very solemn moment, we were all hit by a horrific pandemic which indiscriminately took the lives of thousands of people. This tragic emergency has been particularly felt in the Republic of San Marino, where the rate of infection was among the highest in the world. Regardless of the geographical location and GDP, all countries have been forced to step up their efforts to mitigate the devastating impact of COVID-19 and to promote sustainable and inclusive growth. The current global situation, which is also but not only determined by the current pandemic, does not enable us to make precise predictions about possible trends and future scenarios. Nevertheless, it is our duty to ask ourselves where we want to start from, or rather where we start again from, both domestically and internationally. The data shows that women have been at the forefront of the fight against the spread of the virus and have therefore been more affected. Young people were the first to lose their jobs, and for those who were unemployed, the hopes of finding a future job have vanished. Companies, especially the SME, small and medium-sized enterprises, had to fight for their survival, and in some cases without success. Developing countries have been hard hit by COVID-19 in terms of human lives and economic losses. Even small countries like the Republic of San Marino, which do not have the same resources or infrastructure as larger countries, are facing very serious consequences in order to defeat the virus. Only a global and sustainable response can restore peace and prosperity for all. Mr. Chairman, the Republic of San Marino pays close attention to the ILO. It recognizes its authority and that it has the foresight necessary to stimulate effective national policies and guide the community of states towards a future of shared prosperity. Over the years, the successive governments of San Marino have benefited greatly from the contribution of this organization. On the occasion of the centenary celebrations, it was stated that the economic and social progress in the Republic of San Marino was inextricably linked to the achievements of the ILO throughout the course of its history. Today, with the outbreak of this pandemic, the devastating consequences of inequality still present in the world have been revealed. Therefore, it is imperative that a tragic event such as the COVID-19 pandemic bring vigor to the action of the international community and help towards strengthening the instruments of social protection in the world of work. We welcome with enthusiasm this ILO Global Summit that aims to shed light and bring new useful responses to the building of a better world of work. In this regard, we take the opportunity to confirm the full and constant support of the Republic of San Marino to the ILO, to tripartite social dialogue, and to international solidarity. In conclusion, we should like to renew our wishes that the community of states work together towards the common goal of promoting social justice, democracy, and peace. As long as this remains the objective, the Republic of San Marino will continue to provide support and its contribution.
Well, we thank the Captain's Region for having brought the message of the Republic of San Marino to our summit today. Et maintenant, c'est de nouveau le tour de...
And once again, I turn to the employers. We shall now listen to Mr. Jean-Marie Akka, who is president of the General Confederation of Enterprises in Côte d'Ivoire, who is also the president of the Confederation of Employers Organizations of Western Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to participate at this ILO Global Summit dedicated to the impact of COVID-19 on the world of work. On behalf of the enterprises who are members of the two organizations I preside, the General Confederation of Enterprises in Côte d'Ivoire and the Federation of Employers Organizations in Western Africa, I should like to thank the ILO, who give us this supreme opportunity to make a statement on what is at stake and what challenges the world of work have to face during this pandemic. In accordance with the most recent predictions of the IMF, the world economy will drop by 4.9% this year. Economic growth in Côte d'Ivoire was estimated at 7.2% for 2020, is now looked, in the best case scenario, at 2.7%. At this pace, the enterprises will be hugely affected adversely. A study carried out recently in May 2020 amongst these member states reveals that 80% of these enterprises have been adversely impacted by the pandemic. 50% of companies have said they can't survive if the crisis continues more than 3 months. And 93% of other companies, the speaker is unfortunately inaudible.
Well, my apologies. We seem to have, for the first time today, a technical problem in receiving the messages. So we'll try to come back to Monsieur Aka in a moment. But let us then move on to the next message, which is that of the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Ms. Angela Merkel.
Sehr geehrter
Director-General, ladies and gentlemen, last year the International Labour Organization celebrated its centenary declaration. In all of the years of its existence, the ILO has achieved a great deal, and there is still a lot to do in the world of work, and that is also true now in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic. In the consequences of the world of work, there is poverty also to take into account, and child labor, and a lot of employers are asking themselves how they are going to retain their job without exposing their health to further risks and dangers. And we need to provide guidance for these people. And in Germany, we have developed a labor standard which focuses on the new circumstances in the world of work. It was important for us to help the social partners. We put high value on partnership work and providing guidance for workers and employers. It has been a tradition in our country, and we are building on this social partnership in my country. The national projects are very important, but ultimately it is very important to protect the workers everywhere, internationally. And for this reason, I welcome the fact that the ILO has taken the initiative to look after worker protection during the pandemic, because we must prevent the coronavirus producing another crisis. And the pandemic has led us to this situation, very painful situation, has led us to the conclusion that we must work together internationally. And this is why we need international organizations like the ILO, which is a driver for this work, to develop best practices and standards for us. We need international organizations who create challenges and tackle them together, whether it is about short-term initiatives or the Centenary Project. We know how important these projects are in Germany, and that this is how the world of work standards emerged. The International Labour Organization has always supported us in our efforts. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Chancellor Merkel for her important message to our summit. Et nous allons poursuivre avec le message de Son Excellence, Monsieur Azali.
We'll proceed with His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros. Ladies and gentlemen, the first case of COVID-19 on the 30th of April prompted my government to adopt several decisions so as to impose the barrier measures to limit the spread of COVID-19. But well before this first case, initiatives had already been taken right from the start of the year to better prepare the country and the people for combating it, such as closing the borders and stopping any events such as cultural and sports events. And among other measures, we decided not to impose total lockdown on the population so as to not destabilize an already fragile informal economy. These measures, accompanied by exceptional community commitment, held up the progress and circulation of the virus in the country for the benefit of the whole people of Comoros. However, the pandemic is there and has already impacted the national economy, both the public sector and the informal sector. And several enterprises, both public and private, have have had to sack their employees. This health crisis has made it even more imperative to strengthen social protection, in particular for the most vulnerable sectors of the population. And it's also reminded us of the need for solidarity and help, both national and international. We have therefore started a national dialogue so as to mobilize everyone involved, particularly through the implementation by the Labour Ministry, or the setting up rather of a Labour Commission to follow up and monitor the effects of the pandemic in all sectors of the economy, informal and formal. We aim to draw up a strategy with measures to attenuate the effects of the virus on the world of work. In this context, I would like to sincerely thank all our development partners, in particular the UN system. Through their offices in the Comoros, they've helped us prepare our plan of action against COVID-19. The multilateral help from the UN sector and its constant support to national priorities has helped us greatly. I would thus like to thank the United Nations system for its determination, together with the dedicated work of all the staff in these agencies. Now means that we can look at increased creation of jobs, particularly for young people and women. The support from the United Nations system strengthens our determination to undertake our strategy for the sustainable development of the Comoros. Ladies and gentlemen, my government and myself are involved in reflections and concrete action to draw all the lessons we can from this pandemic so as to create an opportunity and to make our Comoros into an emerging country by 2030. Thank you.
Nous remercions, Monsieur.
I would like to thank President Assoumani for his contribution to our summit.
Hear the message of His Excellency, Mr. Mikhail Mishustin, Prime Minister of the Russian Federation.
Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to highlight the importance of holding this global summit on COVID-19 in the world of work. We have met with new challenges that have affected the whole of the life of society. And there have been negative effects on the world of work. And this has undermined our work over the previous decades. We need to make a decisive response to guarantee social protection. Among other things, we attach particular importance to a better future of work and a proper strategy by introducing investment technology, increased training and the creation of jobs. We should put human beings at the center of our efforts, as called for by the International Labour Organization. Practically speaking, the Russian Federation has been giving support to people who've lost their work because of the pandemic. Specific measures have been taken. As regards unemployment, we've increased the number of people who can receive unemployment benefits. And benefits have been increased for children. And help has been given to businesses in paying salaries. We have introduced measures to allow people to defer payment of their taxes and loans on favourable conditions for SMEs. All these efforts are aimed at increasing the solidity, the strength of the economy. We're trying to help people without jobs and those who are temporarily without jobs, and also the people with families. Effective measures have been taken to reduce the effects of the pandemic on migrants in Russia. President Putin has named combating unemployment as a key aim. And in accordance with that, we need to take measures to promote the spread of new technologies. I'm convinced that our responsibility and our work together will help us to overcome the consequences of the pandemic and create a good situation on the global labour work. I wish success to all those in the summit. Thank you for your attention.
To thank Prime Minister Mishustin for this important message to our meeting. Our next speaker will be His Excellency Mr. Stefan Löfven, the Prime Minister of Sweden. Prime Minister Löfven, of course, co-chaired the ILO's Global Commission on the Future of Work, paving the way thus to the adoption of the ILO's Centenary Declaration last year. Let us listen to the Prime Minister's message.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, constituents of the ILO. In the final months of the First World War, the Spanish flu broke out, and at least 50 million people are thought to have lost their lives. In Sweden, it is estimated that 37,000 people died in that pandemic. These numbers are hard to grasp. Today, the world faces a pandemic of historical proportions, again with almost devastating consequences. The vast majority of countries have been affected by COVID-19. For 2020, the World Bank forecasts the deepest contraction in global GDP since the depression of the 1930s. We have seen losses in working hours. Many millions of women, men, and children are likely to fall back into poverty. The COVID-19 pandemic is also laying bare the effects of socio-economic injustice and forces us to face some hard truths. It is hitting women, young people, the poor, the marginalized, and the discriminated the hardest. When a society endures historic crisis, as we are doing now, it is normal to look back to the past for images or stories so that we can find our way. We read about how societies and people handled pandemics, outbreaks, or even world wars in the hope of understanding what we are really going through today. We are living in historic times and facing historic trials. I want to point to three critical areas. First, in time of crisis, a well-functioning social dialogue and sound industrial relations are key. And as the only tripartite organization in the UN system, the ILO provides a basis for a coordinated, transparent, and evidence-based global response. We need to strengthen the potential of a true win-win-win situation in social dialogue to ensure fair conditions for employers and workers alike. And that is why the Global Deal Initiative is more relevant than ever. So I urge all of you to join the partnership if you haven't already done so. Second, I believe that a safe work environment should become a fundamental principle and right in working life. Every year, millions of our colleagues experience a moment when one of their colleagues dies at work, and this situation is unacceptable. We can measure the economic costs of a poor work environment through GDP loss and healthcare costs, but the human price is impossible to calculate and much higher. In this pandemic, we especially think of nurses, doctors, and other workers in the care sector who, with risk to their own health, care for patients. So preventing workplace accidents and occupational diseases is a central part of the work for social justice. Third, human rights in the world of work. We see worrying developments in several countries concerning workers' rights, and that countries are overlooking workers' rights in the fight against the pandemic. Human rights in the workplace must be safeguarded in accordance with the ILO's core conventions. The right to form and join trade unions and the right to collective bargaining are essential components of the right to work. It is part of the democratic fabric. It reduces inequality and improves conditions for women's economic empowerment. History doesn't repeat itself exactly, but the COVID-19 pandemic has again made us aware of human vulnerability, solidarity, and an appreciation of the value of life. Out of the misery that followed in the wake of the Spanish flu, the idea of a more decent society grew. 100 years ago, communities that were unable to protect their most vulnerable citizens laid the foundation of the welfare state. And today, these communities are the world's wealthiest and fairest. We can honor the victims of COVID-19 by striving to make this world a better place for each and every one of us, at home and at work. Thank you.
We are grateful to Prime Minister Le Pen for his contribution. And now we move on to the message of His Excellency Mr. Danny Faure, President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Excellencies, Heads of State, Mr. Guy Ryder, Director-General of the ILO, representatives of workers and employers organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address this international tripartite platform of the International Labour Organization. On behalf of the people and government of Seychelles, I sincerely thank the ILO for the technical support to Seychelles since we established relations in 1977. I am honored to address this global summit focusing on the COVID-19 pandemic that is impacting labor markets across the world. Excellencies, workers and employers are deeply affected by this crisis, particularly as businesses are unable to fully operate and the demand for labor has decreased. It is evident that the crisis will have a lasting scar on the labor force. As tripartite constituents of the ILO, it is therefore our duty as leaders to introduce robust multi-sectoral policies so that the world of work strongly recovers from this unprecedented global crisis and to restore stability and dignity to our people. Seychelles has a small economy, which is highly reliant on tourism as a source of livelihood for many businesses and workers. The impact of this crisis has increased our vulnerabilities as a small island developing state, and we are already facing other global challenges such as the impacts of climate change. With the closure of our international borders, the tourism industry, the biggest employer, has been severely impacted, while our national unemployment rate for first quarter of 2020 still stands below 5%, the youth unemployment rate has substantially increased to 20.4%, making young people the most vulnerable in this crisis. As we gather more data and obtain better understanding of the impact of COVID-19 on labor market and economic indicators, we must consider long-term sustainable and inclusive approaches to coordinated government intervention. In Seychelles, there are regular consultations with employers and workers' representatives and the business community to listen to their challenges and concerns in order to reach decisions based upon consensus. I have made it my duty to lead the consultations during these unprecedented times. Through this mechanism, the government has introduced several measures with the ultimate aim of minimizing unemployment shocks, securing jobs, incomes, and preparing the economy and the population for a sustainable post-pandemic recovery. For instance, we have made amendments to our Employment Act to provide special leave for working parents, safeguard workers' salary, and to address redundancies and layoffs caused by this crisis. Employment programs have been reviewed to extend skills development and work experience to more young people and other vulnerable groups of our society. A national employee transition scheme has been introduced to actively engage workers who will be made redundant and those whose working hours have been reduced. A new framework on migrant work
Well, once again, we've had a small technical difficulty, which has interrupted the message from President Faure, which I hope we will come back to in a little while. In the meantime, let's move on to the next speaker, et je suis très heureux.
It gives me great pleasure to be able to announce Mr. Xavier Bettel, the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Secretary-General, Director-General, friends, a year ago, together, we celebrated the 100th centenary of the International Labour Organization. At the time, we adopted a key document, the Centenary Declaration of the ILO for the future of work. And just a few months later, the pandemic, COVID-19, hit the world. And top priority was given to health measures to stop the transmission of the disease and save lives. But this priority goes hand in hand with action to mitigate the consequences of the pandemic and to rebuild. Mr. Director General, friends, I think that the recovery plans must from the very outset lay the basis for a better reality that we all want. And for this reason, the Centenary Declaration, with its human-centered program, also focusing on the most vulnerable, is so relevant today. I should also like to commend the fundamental work that the ILO carries out and has done so since the very beginning of the crisis by giving us very relevant assessments of the impact of the pandemic on the world of work. At the beginning of the health crisis in Luxembourg, we committed ourselves to a special program of economic stability to maintain jobs and support the companies to preserve a maximum number of jobs. The government, from the very beginning of the pandemic, simplified and adapted the partial unemployment model to guarantee the payment of wages. And more recently, the government adopted a package of measures, support measures, whose objective is to lay the basis for a new start for the Luxembourg economy. Encouraging employment, supporting the companies in the sectors worst affected, promoting economic recovery in the long term, and maintaining a high level of investment. These have been the priorities of the package that we've called Neustart Luxembourg. We aim to build a sustainable and solidarity-based future. But the response cannot just be done on a national scale. We are part of the European Union, which for me is not just a market, but a union of solidarity, a community by destiny. Some of our European partners have been worse affected than us, and the social consequences of this shock will be hard hit. But as a member of the European Union, no one is left to cope with it on their own. We work together against this crisis. And this is why the European Union reacted rapidly, put in place a mechanism to assist member states to finance the measures of temporary partial unemployment. We also need to agree as swiftly as possible on a recovery plan, which is unique in the whole history of European construction, something that will drive all member states and in a solidarity-based manner. Mr. Director-General, friends, the Centenary Declaration that we adopted together firmly reinforces the crucial role that social dialogue must play and international labour standards. Social dialogue is the cornerstone in Luxembourg, and we've decided that our response to the current crisis must be done together with social partners. A tripartite meeting together with the unions and the employers took place on the 3rd of July and focused on how to keep jobs, how to fight unemployment, to mitigate the consequences of the crisis. This is the cornerstone on which we are building long-term recovery. At the Centenary Conference, I announced that Luxembourg was going to ratify at least one new convention during the course of the next year. Because of the crisis, the legislative calendar obviously has been slowed, but the procedures are underway for Conventions 122, 144, 183 and Protocol 29, and I'm confident they will be ratified soon. In conclusion, the mission of the ILO must be the key benchmark for all issues related to labour and employment and working at home, which has obviously seen a new boom just recently. There will be a new world after this crisis, and this will also affect the world of work. Let us build this new world together. Thank you. I sincerely thank the Prime Minister for his contribution to our summit.
We will move on to the next intervention. We will be hearing from His Excellency, Mr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Fellow heads of state and government, the Director-General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Ryder, representatives of labour organizations, representatives of business and employers across the world, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for Zimbabwe to participate in this high-level global summit on COVID-19 and the world of work under the theme, Building a Better Future of Work. My country, like other member states, has not been spared from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Zimbabwe recorded its first COVID-19 case on 19 March 2020. To date, we have recorded 8 deaths and over 700 positive cases. To mitigate the impact of the pandemic, my country deployed a number of strategies and interventions. Key among these was the implementation of a national lockdown, beginning at level 5 to the present level 2. Concurrently, an aggressive information campaign was undertaken to promote the World Health Organization guidelines on the prevention and management of the pandemic. My government took a deliberate decision to prioritize the saving of lives. The lockdown measures saw the closing down of all non-essential industries, businesses, and our informal sector. This had dire consequences and far-reaching impact on workers and employers alike. strategic decisions and actions to maintain the long-term stability of business while cushioning employees from the pandemic's adverse effects on livelihoods then became necessary. It is against this backdrop that our National Task Force on COVID-19 began robust dialogue and engagements to receive recommendations from our tripartite negotiating forum with regards to workplace interventions on COVID-19. I'm pleased to highlight that some of the key interventions that my government is promoting includes the following: protection of frontline staff and workers in general through the provision of adequate protective personal equipment, mandatory social distancing, the wearing of masks as well as hand washing, protection of critically affected economic sectors through a relief fund. Government rolled out a Zimbabwe $18 billion stimulus package to bring relief to individuals, families, small businesses, and industries with a view of mitigating the effects of COVID-19. Strengthening of employer-employee dialogue to enhance workplace harmony and productivity in the context of new COVID-19 realities. The use of new skills and technologies in the workplace and its associated impact on job content, conditions of service, and location of workstations. Consideration of an employment insurance scheme to mitigate loss of jobs during situations similar to this COVID-19 period. The need to attend to psychosocial support for the workers. Your Excellencies, my government welcomes this global summit and looks forward to the adoption of concrete proposals to enable us to collectively implement effective recovery plans from COVID-19. We further stand ready to join the ILO in the implementations of agreed measures and proposals. Finally, I wish to congratulate the ILO Director-General, Mr. Ryder, for his unwavering support and promotion of international labor standards, even during these trying times. Together, we will succeed in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, which has gravely affected workers of the world and every facet of our lives across the globe. I thank you.
We are grateful to President Mnangagwa for his intervention. Now let's go back to the social partners. Firstly, with an intervention from the employers' side, we will listen next to the declaration of Mr. Mthunzi Madwaba, who is both the Vice President of the International Organization of Employers and the Vice Chair of the ILO's own governing body.
Your Excellencies, heads of state that are with us on this Leaders Summit, honorable ministers, ambassadors present, leaders from the trade unions, business and employers, colleagues from the ILO office, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to be part of the world's largest gathering of employers, workers and governments, setting the course for a speedy, globally sustainable and inclusive response and recovery. Many others have outlined the scale of the crisis we are currently experiencing. Let me remind you that it is far from over as the World Health Organization announces a record rise in global coronavirus cases, including in my own country, South Africa. We are facing many months of balancing outbreaks of the virus with managing economic challenges. It is in this shadow of a massive public health crisis and economic shocks that we come together today. Friends, This is an unprecedented time requiring unprecedented, bold, and innovative responses. Urgent measures are needed to limit the damage on businesses and livelihoods, rebuild the economy, and revive economic growth on a robust, resilient, and sustainable path. This is not the time to be too timid to change gears, alternatively get arrested by ideological fetishes, or venture out on safe, long, traveled customary paths. As the Minister of Labour and Employment of India said in the regional exchange last week for Asia and the Pacific, there is a need to rewrite the rules of the world of work and accept things must be done differently. The old rules do not work anymore. It is time to think bold and think big. It is time to innovate new policy approaches and processes. And the core of this new future should be based on social dialogue and tripartism that needs to be realistic, innovative, and forward-looking, for indeed this bold new future will be defined through 100-year-old processes. It is through coming together, talking to one another, and negotiating a common future in a realistic, pragmatic, and innovative manner, genuinely considering the peculiarities of each country, each region, that we can save lives and livelihoods today and build back better for tomorrow. The ILO, with its tripartite governance and the entire multilateral system, has a critical role to play as we determine the future course. The enormity of the crisis makes it unwise for anyone to assume or take for granted that the ILO or many other international organizations will avoid disruption or even more worrisome risks to their existence, as political headwinds undermine the multilateral system we all depend on for peace and prosperity. The ILO must rise to the challenge of securing shared prosperity, full and productive employment, and decent work now and after the crisis. The organization must continuously demonstrate its relevance. It must show its capacity for rigor and agility as it assumes its share of the responsibility for a fast and resilient economic and labor market recovery. We, the employers, firmly believe that it is through enhanced, strategic, and determined collaboration between the public and the private sector that we will be able to emerge from this crisis stronger. The declarations and initiatives we adopted at the latest ILO regional meetings in Bali, Istanbul, Panama, and Abidjan, together with the ILO Centenary Declaration, provide us with the foundation for this collaboration. Based on the Centenary Declaration, whose central mandate is sustainable and inclusive economic growth, productivity, and an enabling environment for sustainable enterprises, we, the employers, have developed a 10-point plan for recovery that can be used as a driver for ILO's work in response to the COVID-19 crisis. This plan stresses that private sector-led economic growth is the best path to a sustainable and inclusive recovery. We need to focus on business continuity and ensure an enabling environment for business development and resilience. Equally, we need to undertake steps that protect and promote productive employment and incomes and address the challenges of informality. We must look for an array of innovative solutions to promote transitions from informal to formal based on solidarity and incentives. And as the pandemic has brought to the fore the inequality of wealth distribution, we need to build sustainable social protection systems that allow for innovative thinking. And lastly, but importantly, there needs to be common strategies for a safe and successful return to work. Friends, as I said earlier, the ILO has a central role to play in assisting tripartite constituents navigate the crisis and recover from it in a sustainable manner. Combating the social, labor, and economic impacts of this global challenge requires not only preservation of jobs, but also continuity, sustainability, and survival of enterprises. Full and productive employment and decent work will be the reality if and only if sustainable enterprises continue to exist. To conclude, let me renew my call for putting social dialogue at the center of international actions and policies to respond to this health and economic shock. I ask the ILO to promote vigorously, in the framework of the UN reform, the key social partners play and advocate for their full involvement at national and international level in the negotiation, implementation, and follow-up of the crisis response. Without dialogue between all sectors of society, we will fail to build back better. So let's talk and keep talking until we build societies that promote sustainable enterprises, equal access to opportunities and resources, protect people, and address future challenges in a manner that is productive and based on the principles of solidarity. This is the only way for global impact and global social justice that goes beyond rhetoric.
I thank Mr. Madwaba for this statement on behalf of the employers. And now going over to the side of the workers, we will listen to the statement of Mr. Rainer Hoffmann, President of the German Confederation of Trade Unions, DGB.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to extend my thanks to the International Labour Organization. Thank you. In these difficult times, thank you for bringing us together to talk about this. The coronavirus, this pandemic, is one of the worst health crises that I think in the last decade we have seen. And from this health crisis, there is the threat of a massive crisis in the economy with huge social consequences if we don't take action now in a committed and swift and solidarity-based manner. Already now we can see that the consequences of the corona pandemic are been distributed very unequally. Particularly, it's the weak links in society, the people with very low revenue. These are the people who have been worst affected by the crisis, whether we're talking about they have been subjected to horrific working conditions or they have been subjected to living conditions that are very difficult. They are exposed to a high level of infection. And these are the people who are the first to lose their jobs. And these are the people who experience drops in their revenue. And sometimes they even just topple into abject poverty. We know that crises can only be tackled together. That means internationally. This is the only way to be efficient. The International Labour Organization here in this area offers us a good framework to set up international cooperation and to strengthen it. But the governments as well and the employers, they also need to take on more responsibility. The ILO, over the last weeks and months, in my opinion, has done excellent work. They have reminded us time and time again how the consequences have been distributed unequally and how they have affected people's lives unequally. 55% of the world's population, so more than 4 billion people, have no social protection. What does that mean? That means in times of crises, that is particularly dramatic. Hundreds of millions of jobs are in danger, and those that are worst affected are the 1.6 billion people who work in the informal sector. They have no security whatsoever. And the number of people who live underneath the poverty line and who live with very little. Here again, these people are at risk. So the consequences of the last 20 and 30 years, the hard work to fight abject poverty, it is now being undermined. I think that the world community is now facing massive challenges. And once again, only together, only through joint action will we succeed. Will we succeed in reaping opportunities of a crisis like this, using these opportunities to make change, to make improvements? There are three main issues I want to touch on. Firstly, we need to make swift, urgent decisions to lay the basis for major changes. The time is ripe now to invest in our future. And for this reason, we need, everywhere in the world, we need huge efforts to be taken to invest in the future. the future for a better life in a better environment. Before the corona pandemic, thinking about the future was not really priority. Now we need to think about what sort of future we want in a climate neutral, digital and social fair manner. And the third area that I want to touch on is that workers' rights and social protection, now is the time when these need to be extended, particularly in areas where they were weak. And to do this, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to do this, what do we need? We need an agile, strong international coalition. The ILO has to speak with one voice in multilateral bodies. It has to have its true weight that it warrants, and it needs to be at the very heart of the international architecture. At a time of the pandemic, we know that occupational safety and health is important, and that's why I'd like to very expressly say the German Minister of Labour, I'd like to support him. He has spoken up in favor of ensuring that occupational safety and health be at the heart of the ILO's work. And this is urgent, more urgent than ever before, in fact. And we need to support him with that venture. The need to ensure that worker protection and the health of workers is our priority. We at the Trade Union Confederation will do our part in Germany, in Europe, and throughout the world.
Better future of work.
So we thank Mr. Hoffman for that important declaration on behalf of the workers of Germany. Mesdames et Messieurs, je crois qu'à présent, nous sommes en mesure de...
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can now go back to the statement by Mr. Jean-Marie Acker, who was interrupted just now due to a small technical problem. So we will go back to Mr. Acker's statement. I would remind you that he is president of the General Confederation of Enterprises of Côte d'Ivoire. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to take part in this ILO Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. On behalf of members of the two organizations I chair, the General Confederation of Enterprises of Côte d'Ivoire and the Federation of Employers Organizations of West Africa, I'd like to thank ILO for giving us this opportunity to express our views on the challenges facing the world of work during the pandemic. According to the latest forecasts of the IMF, the global economy should fall by 4.9% this year. The economic growth of Côte d'Ivoire, which was estimated at 7.2% for 2020, will, in the best of cases, be only 2.7%. And enterprises, therefore, are going to be greatly impacted. In May 2020, a survey showed among our member companies that 50% said that they would not be able to survive if the crisis went on more than 3 months. And 93% of them said that they felt they needed funding in order to keep on working. As regards jobs, the pandemic has led to an increase in unemployment and a loss of income because of the because of the fall-off in economic activity. Because of the lockdown, more than 20,000 people in the formal sector have been laid off. And in the informal sector, 120,000 We have taken measures, the government has taken measures to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic on the population. 5% of our GDP has been set aside in the form of a support fund for companies of all kinds, both formal and informal. At the request of the social partners, part of it will cover people who have been laid off. However, these measures will not be sufficient to meet all the challenges thrown up by the pandemic, particularly as regards the world of work. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're preparing post-COVID-19 recovery plans, we have to build a common response that is well adapted to the different economic and social contexts and that addresses the problems of the world of work. These responses should take into account the promotion of the private sector as the main source of economic growth and the creation of employment. The promotion of an environment favorable to entrepreneurship, the greater diversification of production, a reduction in informality, the development of human potential at all stages of one's life, the achievement of decent work and jobs for the youth. For our organizations, and the ILO, a major player in the UN system, and strong in its features of as a tripartite organization, should play an important role. And we should adopt long-term measures to enable the developing countries' economies to confront all these challenges. The ILO should strengthen its support to its tripartite mandate, particularly to employers' organizations which have an essential role to play in combating the pandemic. The ILO's Centenary Declaration and the Abidjan Declaration of 2009 call on the ILO to continue its mandate in the service of social justice. Cooperation and solidarity should guide us much more than they have done in the past. Reconstruction, the post-COVID recovery, and the future of work are at stake. Thank you.
Nous remercions donc Monsieur.
I thank Mr. Aka for his message, and I'm very pleased that we were able to hear the whole of his speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next intervention will be that of Her Excellency Ms. Sahle-Work Zewde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my appreciation to ILO for hosting this global summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. The theme of building a better future of work is timely because the pandemic is devastating the global economy and posing an even more serious threat towards the economies and employment rates of developing countries. This pandemic is not only a threat to health, but has a profound impact on many other socioeconomic activities. Workers have lost their jobs, businesses have lost their income, and poor and vulnerable members of society are more exposed to the adverse health and economic effects of the pandemic. Shortly after confirmation of the first case of COVID-19 in Ethiopia, the government established a national task force and began implementing COVID-19 preparedness and response plan. This task force swiftly devised short and long-term strategies and launched several fiscal and monetary policies to dampen the economic effects of the pandemic, including adding liquidity to banks, support to severely affected businesses, tax refunds, and loans for small and micro enterprises. The government has also declared a state of emergency, which includes closure of schools, banned public gatherings, put in place mandatory social distancing, and adopted quarantine measures. A workplace tripartite protocol has also been enacted to protect workers from losing their jobs. Alongside government measures to curb the spread of the virus, The private sector has also played a pivotal role. Many private enterprises have joined response efforts by contributing financially and in-kind contributions to the National COVID Response Fund Committee and shifted their production lines to the manufacturing of personal protective equipment, sanitizer, and related products. Despite these response efforts, the threat is far from over. The prevalence of the pandemic is spreading more aggressively. Though the efforts made significantly reduces the crisis, slowing economic growth, rising debt, high inflation, increasing unemployment and poverty, and an overextended health system threaten to reverse years of economic progress. Our government's response efforts are a substantial drain in our limited resources. Without external support, it would be impossible to withstand the pressure for long. According to some estimates, we need a stimulus package of at least 5% of GDP in the form of capital mobilization, debt relief, or restructuring and support of the social sectors. These measures need to include direct support to keep households afloat and businesses solvent, with particular focus on the vulnerable sections of our society, such as women and youth. As you know, many women work in the formal sector and represent a high number of frontline healthcare workers. They are responding to this pandemic. For youth, their education has been disrupted with school closures, while those who have completed school are unable to find jobs in the labor market. Furthermore, the forces of globalization and breakthroughs in technological innovation are causing seismic changes in the world of work. To cope with these changes, we must enhance the capacity of workers to acquire the necessary skills required by the labor market and ensure decent work and livelihoods for all. The challenge can only be met by improving our institutions of learning to provide the 21st century education employers seek and promoting sustainable and inclusive growth. In the face of today's challenges, we need unwavering multilateral cooperation and commitment to safeguard the most disadvantaged and vulnerable groups from the adverse effects of COVID-19 on their livelihoods. This summit will provide valuable guidance and innovative ideas to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on the world of work. I thank you.
We are grateful for the contribution of Her Excellency, the President's intervention on behalf of Ethiopia. And now we will listen to the message of His Excellency, Mr. António Luís Santos da Costa, Prime Minister of the Republic of Portugal.
O mundo do trabalho foi, seguramente, dos mais afetados.
The world of work was one of the most affected by the pandemic. The normal activity of workers and employers was completely turned topsy-turvy and undermined the foundations of modern societies. In some cases, it offered a vision of future and people started adopting new methods of work. But in other cases, it offered us the vision of a past to which we thought we never would return. Countries turned in on themselves, isolated, with increase in unemployment and insecurity of many workers and inequalities among people that were increased. This showed up the deep rifts in our society and the price we are paying for over-regulation of everything that we were used to calling the labor market. We can't emerge from this pandemic without serious thought as to what we have to get back as regards rules, because having flourished in prosperity means that we've been left without any protection when there's a crisis. The ILO in this context has something to say. And thanks to its origins and its governments, We have to follow it. Also, thanks to its rapid responses to any problems that arise, however complex they are. This involves social dialogue, tripartism. This is the basics, the fundamentals of this organization, and we're trying to achieve that too in our policies in Portugal. The latest reports from the ILO on Portugal show that we've been able to contribute constructively to the construction of public policy. There are two very different moments in our recent history, which has shown up the importance of social dialogue between the government, employers, and workers. So this good experience in Portugal is very well reflected in the ILO standards, and this has enabled our country to overcome difficulties and navigate towards development with greater employment and greater dignity for all. In its reaction to this pandemic, we have to go along hand in hand with all parts of society, all political parties, dialogue among social partners and representatives of civil society. Let us share knowledge and information. Let us listen to proposals and come up with solutions. And thanks to this joint vision, we should protect employment, families, and the National Health Service as one of our first priorities. The value of the social state has become obvious thanks to this crisis. Thanks to this, we have a strong National Health Service which has been able to respond to the health needs of Portuguese people. Thanks to this, we have social security, whose sustainability has proved its worth over the past few years, and it was capable of immediate response and protecting the income of families and jobs. And thanks to this social state, we've been able to guarantee a public school for all. Although pupils weren't able to go to school in person, they've been having homeschooling at all times. This is a crisis with features that we've never seen. Overnight, we had to limit our economic activities and our education, the pillars of our societies. This paralyzed simultaneously all sectors of activity, and this is why we had to create instruments for protection of income. Today, more than ever, the state has to provide a response in a broad and strong way, guiding a society that will recover, but it requires tools to do so. Through dialogue, we shall achieve measures that are unprecedented. Over the last 3 months, we've been able to give direct support for many jobs, more than 200,000. In the last 5 years, we've reduced the unemployment from 12% to 6%. We have managed to create 300,000 jobs, and in about 2 months, we've lost 100,000 jobs. So this unemployment measure was decisive to cope with this incredible social drama that shook our society. The exceptional nature of this crisis has led to special support for families so that parents could stay at home with their children under 12 who couldn't go to school because we had to shut down the schools. So we extended unemployment benefits. We couldn't leave anybody behind. And even we've even managed to give support to millions of workers with simplified dismissals, unemployment support, not only to support children, because they had to be under lockdown and people were self-isolating. and sickness benefit has also been paid. We have to be careful that people's rights are not undermined in this time of crisis. But through this community spirit, we've been able to ensure that nobody has been left out of social care or health. This is a crisis that's affected us all, but we have to recognize that it has very different consequences. It has showed up inequalities in housing, for example, and the fragile nature of people's incomes. And there is a greater risk, therefore, of contagion and of people not being able to come out of lockdown, and therefore greater risk to life. This can only be controlled if everyone protects themselves and is therefore protecting the others. What is important is that to emerge from the crisis, we have to have more equal, fairer societies that guarantee better social protection for all, and that under any circumstances will leave no one behind. This is why countries should work together to find fair solutions, bearing in mind that our collective future is something we cannot have without better jobs, more decent work, more solidarity, and developing the different potentials of each country. We need jobs with rights. This is fundamental for creative and innovative economies that will create jobs. But it's also the most social and economic, the most fair social and economic policy. No country either can act in isolation in this world economy. This is why the solution has to be global. And here is where the ILO has a very important role to play. We have to strengthen global links, especially United Nations organizations. It's a time when regional economies can coordinate better. The European Union is very important, for example. It can't emerge from the crisis unless we all emerge from the crisis. A lot of people say, well, we should be talking about solidarity. But this is something quite rational. We all live in the internal market, and we depend on the internal market. It's in the interests of us all, including those who are not so much affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Whether the countries are in the north or the south, or whether they're richer or poorer, we either come out of this all together or we all die together. This happened after the Second World War too. This is what led to the emergence of the European Union. We need a strong European Union, like the European Central Bank, for example, acted immediately. Or the European Parliament responded immediately. We have to do this so that we have a strong joint response from the EU all together. Or look at the European Commission. As the Commission did, we have to look to the future. We have increased the program of extraordinary economic recovery so that we can leave a reconstructed Europe for future generations, which will see a growth in the global economy.
And this is why this crisis requires the involvement of all of us individually. We're protecting each other. Let's protect each other and also ourselves, but also all the institutions in which we're involved, whether the European Union or global institutions. You can count on us. Thank you very much for having invited me and for giving me the possibility of sharing my views with all of you. Thank you.
Thank Prime Minister da Costa for his message. Et ensuite, nous allons...
And now we will hear from His Excellency Mr. André Medina Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar.
Mesdames et messieurs, les
Heads of state and government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I should like to express the solidarity from the people of my country to all of the people who have been affected by the loss of human lives by this pandemic. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in this virtual summit with other world leaders at the ILO Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. In a context when the world as a whole is facing an unprecedented health crisis, I would like to welcome the holding of this summit despite the circumstances, because the initiatives of sharing experiences like this one give us an opportunity to come up with strategic answers to this common struggle. I would like to take this opportunity to solemnly express the strong commitment by my country as a member of the ILO to the principles and objectives that the ILO Madagascar has officially ratified the 5 core conventions and protocols of the ILO at the ILO conference in 2019 on the occasion of their centenary, and Convention 123 on migrant workers, the Convention 181 on private agencies, 189 on domestic workers, and the Protocol 29 on forced labor. Through the ratification of these international conventions and protocols, Madagascar has made historic achievements in terms of serving their citizens and workers. In line with these commitments we have made, several projects have been recently rolled out within the various state ministries and bodies, together with our social partners, to reinforce our combat against irregular migration. Among these measures that we have adopted, I'd like to quote the implementation of a bilateral agreement, labor agreement between Madagascar and the destination countries of migrant workers to better protect the Madagascar migrant workers and to deal with any cases of abuse. The issues related to migrant workers are at the heart of the state's priorities, because at the time when we mention this, modern slavery is common practice and leaves many victims in its wake. Migrant workers are at the front line of this. At the moment, 4,000 women are kidnapped and in the Middle East against their will and held in inhumane circumstances. Given this scourge, my government has decided to take action. We have repatriated all migrant workers from Madagascar who are victims of ill treatment and because of the pandemic, COVID-19, found themselves even more vulnerable than usual in extreme circumstances. My government began this repatriation last year, and this is continuing to date. Just a few weeks ago, in June, we repatriated 166 domestic workers from Kuwait. These women from my country were victims of human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and among them, There is a woman victim of sexual attacks by her employer and gave birth to a child. There are many women who are still in dangerous situations abroad, but my government will never abandon them. Ladies and gentlemen, there are disasters like those caused by the coronavirus, which come out of the blue, catch us unawares, and sometimes we can't plan for them. There are unfortunate circumstances and horrific events like modern slavery, human trafficking, child labor, and ill treatment of migrant workers. These scourges we can prevent. These can be stopped. So I call on all of you, all states, all international organizations, all humanitarian associations to stand up and denounce these practices, inhumane acts, and to put an end to them. Together, let us tackle this challenge in a strategic manner, in a solidarity-based manner, to protect our citizens. Madagascar has already taken action to protect our nationals from these scourges and to eradicate these practices in the long term. With our private partners like UNICEF and the ILO, we carry out priority missions to achieve our objectives of combating human trafficking, promoting decent work for all, and the combat against child labor in line with the commitments that we have undertaken. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world is waging a war against an invisible enemy that is causing millions of victims every day, regardless of their origin, age, or gender. Madagascar has not been spared. This health crisis has had devastating social consequences and huge economic impacts as well. Globalization and independence of financial and industrial markets have largely caused this situation in Madagascar and throughout the world. So given this situation, our state has reacted. The first moment we saw the first cases of COVID-19 on our territory by taking health measures to stop the spread of the virus, to assist and support vulnerable sectors of the population, and to help independent workers. We set up support financial assistance for workers in the informal sector who had to stop working, and given the situation, we responded to the appeal of economic operators, industrial actors who are the big employers, but also the SMEs. We launched a frank and constructive dialogue on the implementation of accompanying measures and cooperative measures to encourage employers and workers in Madagascar to continue to work to keep up paying wages and receiving wages. We have undertaken measures like retarding the payment of social benefits and reducing fiscal payments as well to a certain degree to allow the economy to recover. The state has also outlined a multi-sectoral emergency plan. All of these projects have been rolled out to come up with good solutions to the problems we have targeted in the world of work in Madagascar as a result of the crisis. In this war we're waging, the workers, health workers, these are our frontline soldiers. They are in a daily combat against the virus, and they are saving lives. The state has played an active role to ensure the safety of these health professionals and to help the support medical personnel as well. We have set all of this up because their protection was a priority for the state. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my statement, on behalf of the Madagascan people, I reiterate that we believe in the ILO, and I am certain that the ILO will guide us and assist us in the return to work after this pandemic. in all of our respective roles, whether it be the state, the employers, the workers, we all need to join our forces to protect our populations, to combat against any practice that undermines people's dignity and human rights. It is our responsibility to build peace-loving and equitable societies and to promote social inclusion that guarantees a prosperous and stable community. Madagascar stands at the sides of the ILO to do this work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention. We should like to thank the President for his statement and his contribution to our summit.
Moving on, we will now listen to the statement of His Excellency Mr. Boyko Borisov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Уважаеми генерален директор Ryder, уважаеми колеги,
Dear Director-General and colleagues, for over a century, governments, employers and workers have been joining efforts to overcome inequalities and ensure decent work, driven by the understanding that lasting peace is unthinkable without social justice. During the last month, the whole world has been struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic. It's an unprecedented challenge that is testing the health, economic and social systems of all countries. The pandemic has coincided with a moment when the efforts of the international community were focused on acting upon the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the Global Sustainable Development Goals in it. Despite the difficult situation, these actions must not stop. On the contrary, we should now give even greater impetus to these efforts so that sustainable economic, social and environmental development becomes a reality for all. In 2020, we mark the 100 years of Bulgaria's membership of the International Labour Organization. This means 100 years of efforts and great commitment in supporting workers' rights. We'll continue to develop and build upon these rights because decent work is not something that should be taken for granted, but it requires efforts from all of us, government, social partners and society as a whole. Now more than ever, the important role of tripartite dialogue and cooperation in seeking an effective response to the crisis caused by COVID-19 has come to the fore. Together, we are facing the difficult task of preserving workplaces and income while guaranteeing the safety and health of the population. Bulgaria has done a lot in this direction since the outbreak of the pandemic. We've taken measures for subsidizing wages and paying compensation, preserving employment, assisting parents with children, people who've lost their jobs and income. We've guaranteed all social benefits, provided grants to micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, microcredits for the self-employed and small startups. We've also implemented targeted measures for supporting vulnerable groups of the population. Unfortunately, global trends show that the pandemic is not yet coming to an end. Therefore, our actions to support people who have been affected by the crisis will continue. In finding adequate solutions, the international labour standards of the ILO have a crucial role to play. The broad set of the organisation's standards in the fields of employment, social protection, income protection, non-discrimination, safety and health at work are key in addressing the socio-economic consequences of the crisis and ensuring decent work. I wish everyone fruitful discussions at this high-level summit, which is dedicated to the unprecedented challenges that the world of work is facing. We all have the responsibility of achieving the future of work that we want. Let us continue to work for it in a spirit of cooperation, consistency and mutual trust.
We thank Prime Minister Borisov for his contribution to our debate. And now I'm pleased to say we are in a position to revert to the intervention, the message of the President of the Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Danny Faure, which was interrupted earlier on. But now we can listen to the President.
Excellencies, Heads of State, Mr. Guy Ryder, Director-General of the ILO, representatives of workers and employers organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address this international tripartite platform of the International Labour Organization. On behalf of the people and government of Seychelles, I sincerely thank the ILO for the technical support to Seychelles since we established relations in 1977. I am honored to address this global summit focusing on the COVID-19 pandemic that is impacting labor markets across the world. Excellencies, workers and employers are deeply affected by this crisis, particularly as businesses are unable to fully operate and the demand for labor has decreased. It is evident that the crisis will have a lasting scar on the labor force. As tripartite constituents of the ILO, it is therefore our duty as leaders to introduce robust multi-sectoral policies so that the world of work strongly recovers from this unprecedented global crisis and to restore stability and dignity to our people. Seychelles has a small economy, which is highly reliant on tourism as a source of livelihood for many businesses and workers. The impact of this crisis has increased our vulnerabilities as a small island developing state, and we are already facing other global challenges such as the impacts of climate change. With the closure of our international borders, the tourism industry, the biggest employer, has been severely impacted. While our national unemployment rate for first quarter of 2020 still stands below 5%, the youth unemployment rate has substantially increased to 20.4%, making young people the most vulnerable in this crisis. As we gather more data and obtain better understanding of the impact of COVID-19 on labor market and economic indicators, we must consider long-term sustainable and inclusive approaches through coordinated government intervention. In Seychelles, there are regular consultations with employers and workers' representatives and the business community to listen to their challenges and concerns in order to reach decisions based upon consensus. I have made it my duty to lead the consultations during these unprecedented times. Through this mechanism, the government has introduced several measures with the ultimate aim of minimizing unemployment shocks, securing jobs, incomes, and preparing the economy and the population for a sustainable post-pandemic recovery. For instance, we have made amendments to our Employment Act to provide special leave for working parents, safeguard workers' salary, and to address redundancies and layoffs caused by this crisis. Employment programs have been reviewed to extend skills development and work experience to more young people and other vulnerable groups of our society. A national employee transition scheme has been introduced to actively engage workers who will be made redundant and those whose working hours have been reduced. A new framework on migrant workers was also adopted to respond to the changing labor needs of businesses. In addition, fiscal measures have been introduced to create access to soft loans at a preferential interest rate. Businesses have also benefited from tax rebate and moratorium on repayment of bank loans to ensure business continuity. Further measures will be introduced depending on the ongoing dynamics of the labor market and economy. More than ever, we appreciate the critical importance of social dialogue when adopting strategies amidst this pandemic. This pandemic and these unimaginable circumstances provide us an opportunity to seek for immediate possible solutions together. For over a century, the ILO has promoted social justice and international labor standards, and we recognize their relevance in times of crisis and prosperity. The guiding principles of the ILO will help to rebuild our world of work. Like in every crisis, we are also faced with opportunities. During the past few months, flexible working arrangements, work from home, retraining and reinventing, and occupational safety and health have become the new order of the day. As we move towards a better normal, we must continue to maintain our ambition of creating a world of work where everyone has equal opportunity to access jobs and progress. With our limited fiscal space, I would like to call on the ILO and the international community to expand support to labor administration institutions in small island states. We would greatly appreciate the ILO's assistance in this regard. The COVID-19 crisis reminds us of the importance of solidarity as a nation, and together with other countries, we are determined about transformative changes as we confront these challenging times together. I thank you for your attention.
We express our thanks to President Faure for his contribution to the debate, with our excuses for the small technical problem that we faced. Ensuite, nous allons écouter.
And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdel Majid Tebboune, who is President of the Republic of Algeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to address my thanks for this kind invitation to participate in this global summit that is organized by ILO on COVID-19 and the world of work, as well as the socio-economic consequences of COVID-19. This is a very important opportunity for us, stakeholders in the field of work, in order to look into challenges and the means in order to address the consequences of this pandemic. I would like here to salute the very high commitment that has been shown by ILO in supporting its member states, especially in this exceptional and unprecedented times. I would like to say that it's very important to keep in mind the role of ILO in having a complete vision to address the pandemic and to prepare sound basis for the post-COVID-19 recovery. On this occasion, allow me to address my condolences, very sincere and heartfelt condolences for the families of the victims of COVID-19. I hope that they will find peace and rest. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria, and since we had our first recorded case of COVID-19, has accelerated in taking a number of precautionary measures. We were among the pioneering states that have introduced a lockdown, especially in terms of the tourists and nationals returning from abroad. We have taken as well other measures, including equipping airports with temperature checking devices. We have closed down schools. We have closed down kindergartens, mosques, and other playgrounds. We have also suspended all flights in agreement with our neighboring countries, and we have also intensified our awareness campaigns targeting citizens so that we can ensure that they are really well informed of how they have to take care of themselves. We have also mobilized human and material resources that are adequate, allowing us to address the consequences of the COVID and to prevent its spread and outbreak. We have taken as well very strict measures that we can mention here. Suspension of some economic and commercial activities, quarantine that is total or partial on some of our governorates, social distancing adopted between people, and also introducing some proactive measures at the labor market places, and also encouraging telework and asking enterprises to scrupulously respecting all those measures. We have also encouraged enterprises to pay at least 50% of wages of their workers while giving priority to pregnant women and other vulnerable categories, including women that are in charge of or that are taking care of patients or chronic disease patients or other vulnerable groups such as chronic diseases. On the other hand, we have intensified our diagnosis and testing measures. We have introduced different specialized centers disseminated over the different governorates, including one major center in the capital, Algiers. We have collaborated with the Pasteur Institute to establish those centers. In parallel to that, and in order to address the socio-economic impact of the pandemic, our government has adopted a mechanism to follow up the status of all enterprises and companies that have been affected by the crisis in different sectors. We have defined with them what are the measures that can be taken in order to accompany and provide support and assistance to our social partners. We have taken a number of measures that will allow us to give assistance to affected enterprises, such as tax exemptions, tax facilities, also protracted and prolonged deadlines for loan payments, and also some measures in order to relieve them of their major burdens. We have collaborated with the different enterprises and representatives of unions in order to look into ways to address this crisis. We have held consultations with representatives from labor organizations and enterprises. Those consultations have resulted in a number of proposals that have been submitted to us and that we have incorporated in a major national government program. The program is meant to support vulnerable sectors and to prevent further escalation of the situation and trying to retain as much as possible jobs in place. We are well informed of all the concerns and expectations of our social partners within a comprehensive national dialogue. We have also given a monthly grant that will compensate a bit the lack of revenues and incomes by some workers and independent people such as hairdressers and other workers. On the other hand, we have adopted different measures in order to remove and lift the total and partial lockdown that was meant essentially to preserve health and prosperity for citizens. The lifting of the total lockdown is depending upon the health situation in all governorates and at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, this global crisis has affected a lot the world of work, and now we are witnessing very harsh socioeconomic consequences resulting from the loss of jobs for millions of workers in the world. These losses are really unprecedented, whether in terms of workers or employers. The enterprises are also facing major obstacles and concerns because of the lockdown and the severity of the crisis. This pandemic has hit most developing countries that are facing now new challenges in order to preserve sustainability and development achievements. They took long in order to preserve those achievements. The African continent is amongst the region that is mostly hit and affected by COVID-19. This pandemic is threatening to deepening vulnerability and standing in the way of development in the continent. This is why the UN system in general and international financial institutions are all called to mobilize the needed resources in order to support and provide assistance to developing countries, namely in Africa. This policy shall prepare and lay the grounds for the post-COVID-19 period by alleviating the loans and the debts of those countries and increasing investments and loans given to the countries. Besides all this, we would like to mention the different challenges that we will all be facing in the upcoming years. They require from us to exert huge efforts for us to reach a consensus about the future of work at the largest scale possible. I am fully confident that we are capable of achieving such a consensus and that we will be able to define the measures that will allow us to implement all the provisions of the Centenary Declaration. ILO is an organization that is working on providing social welfare for all workers and also basic and fundamental rights at work. This is really the premise and the prerequisite for decent work. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria is setting a target, not only addressing the current challenges, but also tackling the future challenges of the future of work. This is why we will still remain committed towards the socio and economic principles that are being enshrined by the ILO. Those principles are very important and instrumental for us. We are putting our hands in the hands of the international community, and we will be working together in order to ensure a better future of work. At the end, I would like to reiterate my call that we are committed to taking all adequate measures and to addressing the challenges of the future of work. Our challenge today is to work hand in hand in order to address the consequences of the pandemic and protect the lives of our citizens, as well as building economies that are based on the principles of social justice and stability. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and may the peace of God be upon you all.
Nous remercions donc
Thank you very much indeed for being with us at this summit and sharing your vision with us. We shall now listen to a statement from His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, the President of the Republic of Senegal. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, members of the ILO's governing body, ladies and gentlemen, heads of international organizations representing employers and workers, Director-General of the ILO, my dear friend, participants, I address you all. Today, humankind is facing a health crisis, a social and an economic crisis, and these are things that are seriously threatening the lives and the health of millions of people throughout the world. Alongside that, this is something that is casting our growth scenarios and our social policies into turmoil. More than 550,000 people have died to date from COVID-19 throughout the world, and more than 350 million jobs have been lost. This has been the result of the restrictions we have had to impose in seeking to tackle this pandemic. This summit, then, is a very timely one. It gives us an opportunity of exchanging views as to the future. We can all look at what we believe to be the way forward in terms of meeting the challenges thrown up in health terms and also in economic terms. And we have to look at our policy choices, which have to be focused on the reality that we're living through today, and also seek to harness local potential so that we can overcome our problems and restart our economies. Our growth forecasts have clearly been significantly perturbed, and we now need to be proactive in making the right choices so that we can retain our vision of shared prosperity and decent work for all. African governments, like governments elsewhere in the world, are already working on this. We have programs that we are implementing to enhance resilience, to make people more resilient. And in particular, we are focusing on the most vulnerable within our societies. Right now, Senegal is seeking to implement in a properly coordinated and inclusive manner a program for economic and social resilience. And this is this program that is supported by a recovery fund, which we call the Force COVID-19 Fund. And it's the fund that contains around 1,000 billion CFA francs, that is to say 1.64 billion US dollars. And this is money that has come from voluntary donations as well as other sources. The plan is focused on 4 areas: support to the public sector, strengthening public resilience, social resilience. Thirdly, work on macroeconomic and financial stability in order to support the private sector and to keep jobs. And fourthly, it's also focusing on ensuring that we have sufficient hydrocarbon supply, as well as medical products, drugs, pharmaceutical products, and key commodities. Of course, saving jobs is central to this recovery plan. We need to mitigate the effects of this pandemic on employment and on enterprises. I'm very much aware of that. And that's why on the 8th of April, I signed what we are now calling an ordinance, what was previously a decree, to restrict the ability of employers to sack or dismiss workers, and also to guarantee that if workers had to be furloughed, they would receive at least 70% of their regular salary. These measures were intended to protect jobs. Alongside them, there were other measures to support enterprises, including direct support from the state, as well as various tax provisions that were made somewhat easier for them, and other provisions allowing them to gain access to loans. A funding mechanism, which was worth around 200 billion CFA francs, was established to support enterprises and companies affected. As things stand right now, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's before us. It's very difficult to predict the end of all this. But what we do know is that we need to act to support employment and decent work in line with the spirit of the ILO Declaration on the Future of Work. I therefore welcome and support the ILO Strategic Framework. This framework sets out key areas that we have to work on. It advocates, inter alia, stimulating our economies and employment, as well as providing support to workers in their workplaces. I therefore would call on all member states to pay particular attention to the informal economy. We know that more than 2 billion workers throughout the world work in the informal economy. This is a sector where there are many women working, and it's also a sector that remains particularly exposed to the precarious nature of work and of working conditions. I would like to emphasize that since 2012, Senegal has been involved in an ongoing process that seeks to create in our country a robust social protection floor. This is something we have set our minds to, and we will not turn back. And it is in line with the recommendation 202 from the ILO and also in line with recommendations adopted by the UN. In July 2019, through our General Delegation for Social Protection and National Solidarity, we were able to update our system for tracking and assessing our implementation of this strategy, and we did this as part of our national social protection strategy. The goal of all of this is to ensure universal social protection within Senegal by the year 2035. I would hope that the UN system, and in particular the ILO and UNICEF, would be able to work closely with us on this. The ILO and UNICEF are the two key players in promoting the importance of SPFs, and I would very much hope that they could support the efforts being undertaken by the African Union to have a campaign on this issue throughout our continent. The Abidjan Declaration, adopted at the 14th Regional African Meeting, could be a source of inspiration for work in this area in the future and could give us a roadmap that would get us to a future of work that would be more human-centered. Right now, the world of work is living through difficult times, times of uncertainty and times of vulnerability. We need to craft effective strategies that respect international standards, social dialogue and tripartism, and we need to do that quickly if we are to achieve the goal of universal social coverage. This is necessary to ensure that no worker anywhere is left behind. Of course, a social protection floor for all means that we have to rethink our production and wealth sharing systems. We have to rethink all of this globally and nationally. I would therefore here wish to underscore one further point. That is to say, the need to build a new global order, one that is more inclusive, more equitable, one that can create new kinds of solidarity among nations and within nations. And this can create a humankind that is more infused with a spirit of solidarity. If we are to achieve that, we need to update the institutions that we have on the labour market to make them more open, more accessible, to benefit to the greatest possible extent from new information and communication technologies. If we were together, hand in hand, all of us together, the state, employers and workers, we can move forward. Let us make production, decent work and social justice the building blocks for a new vision of the world. A world that puts human beings and humanity at the heart of our economies and of sustainable development. I wish your summit every success, and I thank you all very much for your kind attention.
Nous remercions le président.
Thank you, President Macky Sall. Thank you for that address, the address you were kind enough to make to our summit.
Second segment of our summit, we will have 3 interventions from our social partners. That will begin with the message of Mr. Errol Kirasepi, the President of the International Organization of Employers.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a great pleasure and honor to speak to you on the occasion of the Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. I hope that all of you and your families remain safe and healthy. Our world today is dealing with a crisis of monumental proportions. The COVID-19 health emergency situation has largely impacted our lives and livelihoods. The effects on the global economy put a great pressure on the sustainable development of our nations. The necessary measures of confinement have created one of the most challenging environments for enterprises in modern history and severely disrupted many existing value chains. This situation is causing significant loss of income and massive unemployment. As president of the International Organization of Employers, the largest network of the private sector in the world, I have witnessed the enormous efforts that the different stakeholders at the international level are doing to navigate the crisis. Institutional collaboration and joint action are now more urgent than ever. The battle against the pandemic can only be won if we all coordinate our efforts towards a rapid, sustainable, and inclusive private sector-led economic recovery. I take this opportunity as president of the IOE family and global business community to raise awareness of the urgent need to secure, facilitate, and create an enabling environment for private sector growth and resilience. Jobs cannot be created in the absence of an enabling environment for businesses to survive, grow, and to keep trade and investment alive. Let's not lose sight of the fact that the private sector plays a crucial role in the protection and promotion of productive employment and incomes. For employers, a better future work is a world where companies are able to respond to the high demand of more and better employment opportunities. For this to be possible, the private sector should be able to thrive and innovate and become more productive. The global community has to focus on business continuity and timely and effective recovery to restore the real economy. Businesses cannot do it alone. Determined collaboration between the public and the private sector is more important than ever. Moreover, there is an urgent need for government interventions towards new and innovative policy approaches for fast recovery. Also, a strong commitment to build upon effective social dialogue is crucial. Social dialogue is key for the construction of agreed and effective strategies for a safe and successful return to work. Employer and worker organizations can also play an important role on the delivery of guidance and dissemination of reliable and timely information to this end. In this context of this health emergency, and as we talk about a safe return, the need to direct our effort toward enhancing social protection systems, which are adequate, sustainable, and adapted to developments in the world of work, becomes much more evident. However, the development of national social protection systems needs to go hand in hand with policies to address the plight of a significant number of workers in the informal sector. The COVID-19 crisis is having disproportional effects on impact on informal economy workers across the world, especially in developing economies, where they represent about 70% of the workforce. The pandemic has evidenced the dramatic vulnerabilities of the informal sector. Mitigating the vulnerability and exposure to risks of informal economy workers will only be possible with sound and effective policies that facilitate the transition to formality. Finding innovative ways based on incentives to ensure the participation of all stakeholders in the development of sustainable social protection systems is absolutely key. Other consequences of the pandemic have led to the need for business to innovate and change their business models and harness the benefits of technology. In some cases, this has resulted in positive responses for sustainability and business continuity. In consequence, we have to be mindful of the need to invest in skills and lifelong learning solutions to ensure the employability of workers in the building of a better future. A better future of work after the crisis shall ensure that the supply of skills responds to labor market needs. The ILO has a central role to play in these areas and must keep assisting tripartite constituents, navigating the crisis and to recover from it in a sustainable manner. We are your allies in this effort. There is no future work where there is no future for sustainable enterprises as generators of employment and promoters of innovation. The private sector has a key role in the creation of decent work. We stand fully devoted to provide responses and agree on solutions to bring our economies and our livelihoods back on track. The IOE and its members, representing more than 50 million companies around the world, remain fully committed with our societies, with the ILO and its constituents to build on a better future.
We're grateful to Mr. Giuseppe for his statement on behalf of the International Organization of Employers. And the next statement will be that of Ms. Rosa Pavanelli on behalf of the Public Service International, of which she is the General Secretary.
After the applause, it's time to invest in public services at a global scale. Of course, it's good to see the efforts of the health and frontline workers fighting COVID-19 recognized through the applause of millions around the world. They are celebrated as heroes, expected to perform superhuman and dangerous acts under harsh conditions, but it is not solidarity. Decades of ideological attacks on public services, budget cuts and privatization are the cause of the unpreparedness of our societies to the pandemic and are the responsible for thousands of victims that we have to mourn among these workers. Therefore, don't call them heroes. Instead, recognize them as vital professionals and ensure they have decent wages, decent working conditions, and the social dignity they deserve. The pandemic shows that public services are not merely a cost. They save lives and the fabric of our communities, including helping maintaining the economy working. It's now time to consider public services as a productive investment for all and value the apport of good public services such as health, care, education, water, sanitation, transport, and utilities to a real social and environmental sustainable development. During the pandemic, governments and intergovernmental institutions took important decisions and allocated trillions of taxpayers' money for public purpose at an unprecedented speed. Yet, most part of those resources are going to bail out private companies once again. Corporations are already seizing the pandemic as a chance to undermine progressive change and entrench their power even further. They say they are part of the solution, yet in reality they want a new normal where they can continue business as usual with less and less power for governments to regulate, less tax and privatization promoted again as the best recovery tool. The recovery from COVID-19 will need to address the failure of the global economic system. Governments that understood this will fare better not just in health terms, but also economically. Compare New Zealand, where healthcare funding has increased significantly since the global financial crisis, with Italy, where the health budget was slashed. Germany has led the way in remunicipalizing failing privatized services. In Canada, health spending is roughly half what it is in the US, but it's provided through a universal public system that delivers better outcomes and with higher general labor standards. The financial institution must recognize this and ditch punitive budget cuts and the pipe dream that private finance will fund the sustainable development goals. Instead, we must support a new global tax system to ensure corporations and mega-rich individuals finally pay their fair share to fund the public services that people need. We need more than debt relief for the poorest countries. Social protection for all cannot be another business to fatten corporate profit may be using workers' pension fund. Ensuring social protection is a public responsibility and requires a better coordination of the intergovernmental institution to support member states in these efforts. The ILO can take the leadership only committing to its tripartite nature based on the role of its original constituents. Years of evidence-based research demonstrate the positive effects of public services on economic growth. Yet, the world needed the COVID-19 shock to realize that public service workers are the backbone of our society. Let's turn this crisis into the opportunity to rebuild the welfare state, a fair and sustainable economy that benefits people and the planet first. As New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said, when times are hard, you don't cut, you invest.
We thank Ms. Pavanelli for her statement on behalf of the Public Service International. And now we move back to the employer's side, and we will hear the declaration now of Mr. Pat McCann, the President of the Irish Business and Employers Confederation.
My name is Pat McCann. I am President of IBEC, the Irish Business and Employers Confederation, and I'm delighted to be invited to speak to you here today for your Global Leaders Summit. It is a wonderful opportunity for me to get some of the messages out about what's been happening in Ireland. Ireland, like every other country in the world, has suffered significantly from the COVID-19 outbreak. The work that has been ongoing in IBEC closely aligns with the work that's been going on in the ILO. And we've been seeking to support our enterprises, our labour force, and our wider society. One of the critical things that we've learned from the COVID-19 crisis is the importance of social dialogue. And we would sincerely hope that this dialogue will continue long after the COVID-19 crisis has ended. A number of things have started to happen in Ireland in recent days. We're delighted that finally we have a new government in place, and we've started to lift some of the restrictions that were on our economy. However, we have a long way to go. On specific issues, a number of weeks ago, IBEC launched its Reboot and Reimagine campaign. And this is focusing on a roadmap for government to take in order to lift the economy out of the difficult position that it currently is in. But not alone that, our reimagine part of it is to look at some of the issues that Ireland had prior to COVID-19. What I will look at is the ILO policy framework and your guidance in terms of how you see a way out of the international crisis. And I will focus on what we in IBEC have been doing. So if I take pillar one of your programme, active fiscal policy, accommodative monetary policy, lending and financial support to specific sectors, including the health sector, IBEC in its Reboot and Reimagine campaign have clearly stated that government must do whatever it takes to restore the economy and should endeavour to offset the collapse in GDP with increased public spending, tax supports and investment. In Ireland's context, the scale of the package is both affordable and necessary, and we would be in line with international expert opinion and best practice. We should continue to enhance the suite of liquidity supports for business, write down of debts and cash grants for SMEs, provide stimulus measures for consumers and impacted businesses, and establish a commission on taxation. In Pillar 2, which you state, extend social protection to all, implement employee retention measures, provide financial, tax and other relief for enterprises. IBEC's position is very clear. We need to reform the social welfare and social insurance system. We need to ramp up support for labour market activation programmes, with a particular focus on youth unemployment and the severely impacted sectors and regions. Increased employment support funding for the Job Plus scheme, and this is a way of getting people back to work and must be supported. As we move into a more digital economy, increased funding for training and upskilling is of critical importance. And in the Irish context, again, we need a significant increase in funding for higher education. This is something that we've been calling on for quite some time. While Ireland has a very strong, thriving FDI sector, which IBEC supports and will continue to support, we are more specifically looking at supports for the SME sector because they have had the greatest impact from the COVID-19 outbreak. In Pillar 3, protecting workers in the workplace, strengthen occupational safety and health measures, adapt work arrangements, particularly talking about teleworking, prevent discrimination and exclusion, provide health access for all, expand access to paid leave. IBEC's position in our Reboot and Reimagine campaign is to support remote working, improve the quality and deliver greater funding for childcare. This is one of the challenges we've had pre-COVID. And prioritise and resource the digital opportunity. As we move into a greater digital place, we need to make sure that Ireland is to the forefront of that. And this particularly relates to our FDI sector, who are very engaged in this process. Pillar 4, strengthen the capacity and resilience of employers and workers' organisations, strengthen the capacity of governments, strengthen social dialogue, collective bargaining and labour relations institutions and processes. What IBEC's position on this is establish a more extensive social dialogue model, and we saw great evidence of this during the COVID-19 crisis. Extend the national risk assessment model to include stronger private sector role. The state should be commended on both the risk assessment prior to the crisis and the work of the National Public Health Emergency Team in coordinating a comprehensive whole government response to the crisis. However, many elements of the private sector, ranging from private health providers to broad population or essential services business, are also key elements of a comprehensive national crisis response. Further crisis planning and preparedness should factor in the essential role that the private sector plays in supporting a functioning economy and a society in times of national emergency. And I suppose the final thing I'd like to say to you is that at some point, as the crisis ends, I would hope to see you here in Ireland on a visit in this green and pleasant land where we have a long history of hospitality. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm delighted to do so.
Well, let's thank Mr. McCann for his declaration on behalf of the employees of Ireland and for his invitation at the end. And with Mr. McCann's statement, we reach the end of this second part, this second segment of our Leaders' Day, our Leaders' Summit. We're going to take a pause in the messaging now for about 15 minutes, after which we will be hearing from more global leaders. But again, don't go away, because we'll be showing a number of videos in which you can discover the projects that the ILO is undertaking around the world, working with our constituents, working with our partners in this attempt to respond effectively to the COVID-19 crisis. So I'll leave you now and see you again in about 15 minutes.
He makes visors for health workers fighting COVID-19. This is Mihai. We started making visors during the crisis. We're providing support and distributing materials. Once he was the one in need of help. Now it's his turn to help those on the front line fighting coronavirus. We're not selling them for a profit, but to keep the business afloat and to support what's going on. He no longer needs help, although he once did. He is now helping those who are themselves on the front line fighting coronavirus. Since the COVID-19 outbreak, the ILO has been virtually discussing the challenges farm owners and workers face in Jordan, providing support and distributing audio and visual materials on health and safety measures. I'm working in a milking shed, says Mohammed. Workers are keeping a 4-meter distance from each other. We in the agricultural sector take on a big responsibility to ensure the availability of agricultural products in local markets and to ensure food security. We are using safety equipment and we've cleaned and disinfected workers' accommodation from the outside and the inside. Agricultural workers are among the first to have to adopt changes in how they work, as many continued to work through the lockdown to ensure country's food supply was not disrupted.
All over the world, millions of women and men are entering the labour market every year, but often lack the skills that companies are looking for. So how can we meet this challenge? The ILO, as a tripartite organisation where workers, employers and governments work together, and where the views of all the contributors to the economy are therefore reflected, has developed an approach based on education and training called STED, which is applicable in countries at all stages of development. In Myanmar, for example, tourism is a key driver of socio-economic progress. To help Myanmar further develop its tourism sector, the ILO has helped to forge cooperation amongst all stakeholders in the sector to create competency-based standards for tour guides. In Cambodia, the ILO has set up a program to develop national standards for 4 professions: welding, machining, fruit and vegetable processing, and baking. This approach has already had a direct impact on the lives of thousands of people. But what about the billions of men and women working in informal jobs who have no contracts and therefore no social protection? Nearly 1 in 3 workers has an informal job in the Central Asian Republic of Tajikistan. With a new campaign, trade unions, supported by the government and the ILO, are organising mobile theatre performances where informal employment is common. The plays present the challenges of informal work and the importance of labour rights.
From now on, I no longer work without a contract. Do you remember what you told me when you hired me? No work without time off. I believed you and I was wrong. I'm exhausted. Find someone else.
After the performance, a union representative leads a discussion with the public in the hope of inspiring them with this simple message. Getting out of informal work is possible. Because informality, in the worst case scenario, can also be a dangerous job. In Malawi, one of the poorest countries in the world, nearly 1.5 million children are working.
After picking tobacco, I get headaches and pains in my stomach.
The ILO and its partners in Malawi have responded to the urgency of child labour by developing an effective intervention model called the SNAP project. Once working children are identified, the youngest are enrolled in non-formal education to prepare them for public school. Children aged 14 to 18, on the other hand, receive vocational training such as carpentry or sewing. The SNAP project has not only changed lives, but also attitudes.
In the future, I dream of having my own shop, and I will not employ children. I will only employ adults.
However, the scourge of child labour is present in all regions of the world, from Asia to Europe. Turkey is the world's largest producer of hazelnuts, most of which come from the province of Ordu on the Black Sea. Entire families of seasonal workers establish their campsites here during the harvest, and we can still find young children working with their parents. The ILO has therefore worked with hazelnut producers and the government to build a school near the campsites. Now, children can continue to learn during the harvest. All over the world, men and women have to travel to find work, but even when they stay in their own countries, they can be vulnerable. Bolivia, and in particular its capital La Paz, is currently experiencing a construction boom. With the increasing demand for labor, many of the new construction workers are women, especially indigenous women from rural Bolivia, and are therefore vulnerable to abuse and discrimination. The ILO works with associations, local government and employers to raise awareness about the rights of indigenous women and provide them with training on workplace safety on construction sites.
Before, there was no safety and there were many accidents. But now, thanks to this training, we are more aware of our safety and we look out for one another.
Indigenous women like Natividad still face many obstacles, but by offering them training that makes them aware of their rights, we ensure that they have the right to speak out. Yet for some, staying in their countries can be dangerous or even deadly. Hundreds of thousands of registered Syrian refugees now live in Jordan, driven from their homes by the civil war in Syria. They have little chance of finding a job. But a new initiative from the ILO is connecting local employers with refugees who are looking for work. In a pilot project, the ILO organized a job fair and career counseling days in the Zatari refugee camp. A textile manufacturer ended up hiring 19 women from the camp.
At first, our financial situation was very desperate. Now we're much better off. We feel more comfortable, we love life, and it's like starting to live again.
For the refugees who now have a stable employment opportunity, the program has changed their lives and those of their families. But for others, working abroad can sometimes result in dangerous and threatening situations. In Rome, a special unit dedicated to combating the scourge of human trafficking in Italy carries out unannounced inspections of companies in which potential victims may be working. The ILO plays a key role in the evolution of this situation. Our manual for labour inspectors helps them identify cases of exploitation and forced labour. One Thursday evening, the Carabinieri Command Centre in Teramo receives a call from a unit in the field. A suspicious activity is reported in a darkened factory on the outskirts of a nearby town. The Carabinieri establish a perimeter around the factory. No one will be allowed to leave. Then comes the signal to enter. Chinese workers at this factory sew branded jeans for the Italian fashion industry in hot, dirty and noisy working conditions. But it's not just a factory, it's also a home. These little children and babies were found in a room. This evening, 3 workers without documents were found, and the owner of the factory investigated for violations of the law on the protection of victims of forced labour. In addition to the Carabinieri, health inspectors were also present. For if the factory presents significant health and safety violations, it can be closed immediately. Because occupational health and safety is paramount, and without it, tragedy can strike. Khaleda is one of the millions of garment workers in Bangladesh. Khaleda was lucky. She survived after being trapped for 16 hours under the rubble of Rana Plaza, the deadliest disaster in the history of the garment sector. What happened that day is never very far from her mind.
The building started to shake, there was a lot of noise, and I started running. After 5 or 6 steps, I couldn't see anything anymore, and I started falling like an elevator. I was crying. The roof was so close that it touched my nose, and every time I breathed, I felt it on my face. We thought that we were going to die, and we said goodbye to one another.
As a result, the government of Bangladesh, the garment sector, trade unions and the international community are working together to improve workplace safety standards. With the support of the ILO, teams of engineers systematically inspect garment manufacturing factories in Bangladesh.
If we find that there is a problem in a factory, then we'll immediately evacuate that building and stop how to say, all the activities, and it will go directly to the review panel.
Khalida was able to overcome the trauma of the Rana Plaza. She has since been trained through an ILO project, and her new skills have empowered her and given her a new outlook on the future. This coordinated response in Bangladesh is directed towards a single goal: to ensure that a disaster like Rana Plaza never happens again.
COVID has brought the world of work to its knees. ILO is crucial in coming up with an international response. Measures have to be taken to establish and mitigate the impact on workers, on women, on workers, migrants and others, on vulnerable groups. It is important that we boost occupational health and safety. We have to help employers create plans for relaunching activity, and workers have to have their say in health and safety at work. Has to advise governments on policies, has to support the UN in coming up with a multilateral response, has to work for a better every day.
In 2019, the International Labour Organization marked its 100-year anniversary and adopted the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work. Reaffirming while reinvigorating the ILO's mandate, it sets out a roadmap for the ILO and its constituents to create a human-centered approach to the future of work. Only 9 months after the adoption of the Centenary Declaration, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. It has devastated the world of work and plunged the world into one of the most serious human, economic, and social crises of modern times, causing massive human suffering and laying bare the extreme vulnerability of millions of workers and enterprises. COVID-19 does not discriminate, but its impact on the world of work has been particularly felt by the most disadvantaged and vulnerable, exacerbating inequalities that were already growing before the pandemic. Women are especially hard hit, and young people risk becoming part of a lockdown generation whose working lives are scarred by the pandemic. The equivalent of 400 million full-time jobs have been lost. Migrants and workers in the informal economy, those in non-standard employment, and low-wage, high-risk frontline jobs have been disproportionately affected. Millions of small and medium-sized enterprises have been forced to close their doors. The world of work cannot and should not look the same after this crisis. With the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work as a roadmap, the ILO has been and will continue to be at the center of the international response to tackle the economic and social impact of COVID-19. So, as some countries still battle with the pandemic and others start the recovery process, how can we all work together to build a better future of work for all?
Well, hello again. Welcome back to this Global Leaders Day of the ILO Virtual Global Summit on COVID-19 and the world of work. Let's continue then with our statements from global leaders, and we're going to start this section with the statement of His Excellency, Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia.
Director-General of ILO, fellow global leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you Namibia's response to COVID-19 and the world of work, as well as to express our solidarity with the global community in the fight against COVID-19 as we combat this silent disease which has negatively affected all countries in terms of health and economic well-being. We strive collectively to save lives, prevent hunger and suffering by mitigating the impact of the pandemic on businesses, jobs, and income. When the first case of COVID-19 were reported in Namibia on March 14, 2020, our government took prompt action, guided by the principles of safeguarding the health and lives of Namibians, our number one priority. The President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hage Godfrey Geinkop, declared a state of emergency on March 17 in terms of the Namibian Constitution. Immediately thereafter, the President declared a lockdown which came into effect on March 27th, initially in 2 regions, and was later extended to the entire country. With the exception of designated essential services, many Namibian businesses closed, as well as schools, sporting activities, entertainment centers, and many other subject sectors. We also closed our borders except for essential services and goods such as medicine and food items, as well as ceased all national, regional, and international flights. However, humanitarian flights and those repatriating Namibians were still permitted during the lockdown and the state of emergency. All these were done within the context of transparent legal regulatory framework to guide the lockdown and the actions of implementing government officials such as health workers, the police, and the Namibian defense members. Furthermore, we established a National Information Center on COVID-19 to keep the nation abreast with the latest developments and all required information through daily and regular